pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I really do want to thank everyone who is here today and joining us for this meeting. We are going to have some very specific protocols as we go through. So just to let you guys know that we're going to be touching on a few things, including our action items that will be later in the agenda. So more to come on that. But before we move on, I would like to ask our Board of Trustees for review of the agenda.
The thing is, like, what she says doesn't even make sense because you want 10% off.
Can we go ahead
more
and
than 10% off
I think he's got it.
with the
Okay.
PPO contracts through Allegiance.
You want to go down and tell them?
Like, you'd rather have a 10.
All right. So sorry about that little interlude, but again, we will turn it back to our trustees for a review of agenda.
Chair Walsh, I would like to request for our items for action that we put the Health Benefit Committee recommendation discussion before the baseball program discussion. So reversing items 1 and 2 on items for action.
Okay, so noted. Other trustees, do we have any questions, concerns? Okay, we will go ahead and make that adjustment for the agenda. Thank you. All right, so we actually have a very fun and authentically cool item to handle now. We're moving on to the oath of office.
Just one housekeeping for our new trustees. These mics are not hot unless the blue light on the base of the mic is lit. So make sure that we push the button when you speak and then mute yourself when you're not. Thanks.
Yes, and the space, the distance matters too. All right, so we are moving on to the oath of office for our 26-27 Board of Trustees student representatives. And I believe Mr. McKay is going to come up and do that introduction.
Board of Trustees, thank you. Can I call up a couple of our students, Ella McCullough and Tyson Schulte? Can you come stand by me? Yeah, well, okay, there we go. All right, so, okay, firstly, these two students are the winners of the student board rep process. In April, they submitted applications with several questions, which included references from adults, recommendation letters, those kinds of things. They sat through a comprehensive interview panel. We had the two former board trustees, all the high school principals, myself, so you had quite a room full of folks to interview with. And there were 9 total students that competed for this position. So both Tyson and Ella are the recommended folks for the new trustees board reps next year. So then we need Mrs. Holman. Ms. Holman, come on up.
We'll do the oath in August. So they'll go ahead and take their seats now, and then we'll do the oath in August.
Okay. All right. So then
Okay.
That's what we're going to do.
Excellent.
And we have pre-signed seats for them.
Okay.
So Mr. Schulte, you can sit, you'll have a seat over there by Mr. Higbee. Ella, you'll be over here by Ms. Holman. And you can switch it up time to time.
They typically don't.
Keep us on our toes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you guys for coming aboard and for taking on this commitment to help serve and represent your student population. It's a very important role, and we're going to enjoy having you guys actually officially part of us in August.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
August. You know, I much like your freshman year in high school, thinking forward, it seems like a long time before you get to the end of your senior year, but likewise, I'm sure if you sit here, you're like, I got a whole year here, but it does go by quickly, just much like your high school career does. There's 10 to 11 different meetings you'll be part of. It will happen fast. Every board rep that has ever came through, our student reps have gained insight, but I think we get more from you than you get from us. So we really look forward to having you as part of as the trustees. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, then with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our recognitions. We're starting off with Special Olympics State Track Meet Awards. Am I correct in that Kathleen Brody is going to come up and speak? Okay.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to be here one more time. You've met Coach Chris Finley multiple times this year. She is active with our Special Olympics program throughout the year. She practices with them on a regular basis. She is with them through all of their competitions, and we have a couple of gold medal winners here to be recognized tonight. And it's kind of sad for me because one of our gold medal winners is an 8th grader. He's going to be moving on to Capitol High next year, and we're very much going to miss him. So at this time, I would like to introduce Coach Chris Finley, who has been with Sierra Anderson for 16 years and been with the Special Olympics for 12 years. So Coach Finley.
We have 2 gold winners this year. First, Zoe Ginyard. She is going into middle school this year. Very good. And David Peterson, who is going into Capitol High this coming year. Show everybody. David.
David and Zoe, we would just like to say congratulations and just recognize the hard work and dedication that it takes to compete at the level that you guys do, and wish you luck for all your next years, okay? Moving on, it looks like we have state championships in track and field for Capitol High. Mr. Zanto, would you like to come up?
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you once again for acknowledging the efforts of so many students in such a wide variety of ways. So first off, we have some state champions this past, well, I guess week and a half ago in track. And so before I call the coaches up, I just want to say a few words about them. When it comes to track, certainly a lot of student athletes to manage, keep track of, a lot of different events, a lot of assistant coaches, and it certainly is a lot. But I cannot thank our head coaches, assistant coaches enough for all the time that they put in to these respective programs. So, and I would also like to just give a shout out to the students that they'll be talking about, and they're seniors, and truly just some great students. And I know they have bright futures ahead of them. So I'll go ahead and first call up Coach Lon Carter. He's the head coach of the boys track team. So, Coach Carter.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Superintendent Welch, Board of Trustees. I've got a lot of encouragement back here about how long to be here, so I'll try to make it brief, but this is a unique year. If you've ever been to a track meet, there's 2 things you bring. You bring your umbrella and you bring all your winter clothes, because it's going to be cold and your kids are going to freeze to death, but they're going to work as hard as they possibly can. I am so proud of what we've done. Damn it.
I told you.
What?
You're going to cry.
I am not. I know who that is. That's that secretary back there. I walk into school and the first thing I hear is, Lon. We took 13 kids. 5 kids scored 38 points Saturday. 38 points is not ever been done. Not for us. But we did it. Quickly going through, Braden Briscoe, pole vault in the 100. Oliver Mao, 3rd place in the 3s, 2nd place in the 110s. I'll talk about that in a minute. Relay, 4th place, 4x1. Connor Toivonen, 4th place in the javelin. And Lincoln Sari, 6th in the pole vault. Those are the kids that scored. Those are the kids that scored. Now we're going to talk about what they did that is special. Really special. First is Jamison Canny. Jamison Canny, we had to almost break his neck to get him to come out for track for the last year, his senior year. Got him out, then he didn't want to really do all the work, like our secretary back here. But we got him going. Coaches were phenomenal. I mean, our coaches were phenomenal. Got him better, got him better, got him better. Finally he understood at the 5th hurdle in the 300s, you better run hard if you want to win. He's the only boy that placed first, 39 in the 300 hurdles. Everybody else had all run 39 during the year, but he's the only one that ran it. Why? Because there's about an inch and a half water on the track. The wind was blowing about 17 miles an hour, and nobody wanted to run in the wind, but he did. And that's why he's a state champion. So is Jamison Canny here? He's not here. Wait until I kill him. That is a real thing, to excel beyond what you're capable of. The next one is Braden Briscoe. Braden Briscoe is about 5'7", 5'8". Is he here? Get up here. You're what, 6'2"?
Like 5'6".
If you're lucky. Braden Briscoe, I've watched him for 3 years. There is not a night that he doesn't come down the weight room and doesn't do something to make himself better. I can't say that about another kid. He does the work that was necessary to be what he is. His coach, Michaela Nickel, yeah, a woman. My God, yes. And I'll take her forever. She's the best pole vault coach we've ever had. And
Mr.
she,
Canny's back there.
huh?
Mr. Canny's back there.
I know Mr. Kenny's back there. He was a good hurdle coach, or a good pole vault coach, but he's gone now. You know what? How long that lasts? You walk out the door, you're done. Anyway, she has kids pole vaulting that we've never had before. She's awesome. There's nothing like going to a track meet and having her coach the pole vault, and she has a darling little baby that she takes with her, and all the other coaches walk up and take the baby while she's coaching. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life, honest to God. But here's why he is special. Lance Carl, Missoula, 2007. He got first in the pole vault, and he was third in the 100. And he was a real special player. He played for the Grizzlies. Justin Mays, of Helena High, old Doc Mays' son, in 2008. His son was third place in the pole vault and fifth in the 100. Nobody has ever been a double state champion in both until this year. That's amazing. The story goes on a little bit further. He could have gotten 16 or 16.6, but he still had some preliminaries and a relay and a few other things that he was involved in, because through attrition, he was the fastest kid we had left. So he's going to anchor our 4x1. He looked and says, I've won the pole vault. I'm going to save it for the 100. That's a pretty big kid. Really. So, yeah, secretary back there, he's special. He is really special. Nobody has done this ever in the state of Montana. Ever. Wow. So, when you look at him, and he's 5'6", no, he's not. He's 12 feet tall. Briscoe. Thank you. You're awesome. And Jamison Canny? Is the old man back there? The old man's back here. Come here. I can do anything I want with him because I had him in school. Jamison Canny. There you are. Blaine Peterson of Bozeman keeps track of all the combination scores in track for the last 30 years. And he's the one that came up with the combo of the pole vault and the 100. Pretty awesome that he would do that. That was Sunday morning. I got back and I was trying to open my eyelids and I couldn't even do that. But I got an email from him, opened it up, and he says, Lon, do you know what you've done? I looked at that and I thought, holy cow, that's pretty unique and pretty wild. So thanks for inviting us. Thank you. I'm pretty darn proud of our kids. Thank you.
Just want to say that you should absolutely be proud, and we all are too. That is an amazing feat. We do usually like to ask for future. Are you a senior this year? Or were you maybe when you graduated? Yeah. Okay. Do you have plans for the fall?
I leave in July for a 2-year mission in Argentina.
Wow. Amazing. What an experience. Okay. Well, thank you again. And it looks like we're going to do the WyoTech Hall of Fame induction.
Real quick, I was just going to ask Coach Jared Hunt from the girls track program to please come up and talk about his state champion.
Thank you. Kaylin Sari, she's unable to be here tonight, but Kaylin Sari is a pretty special athlete that we had at Capitol High School. She was a 3-year divisional champion in the javelin. She set a new school record last year as a junior that was her own coach's school record previously. She broke that record again this year with a 134-foot throw in her divisional champion win. And then the next week she went on to win the state championship in the javelin at the state track meet last week, which was pretty awesome. I wish she was here, but she'll get this. Thank you guys very much.
Yes. And appreciation for all of our coaches too. I know you guys work as hard as our students do. Okay. Did I miss anything else for? Okay, so we're good for the WyoTech now? All right, thank you. Mr. Zanto.
Okay, yes, next, WyoTech. So it was probably a month and a half ago that Eric Croft, the automotive instructor at Capitol High, just out of the blue sent me this message, and I think he may have said, so I did this, and it was basically the recognition. It was a picture as well as a brief summary of the award that he was going to be receiving from WyoTech. And I think it's, this comes at a, I guess you could almost say, a pivotal time, because definitely the world of career education is becoming just more and more of a focus. Forever, of course, OPI used to oversee career and technical education, but now even the Montana Department of Labor and Industry, they're also now really monitoring the career field and career education, just because of its importance, and of course trying to get as many students as possible into some of these career fields in the state of Montana. So Eric Croft, I know he'll share some more information, details about this award, but it was in 2008 when he was first hired in our school district at Capitol High School, and has been an automotive instructor ever since. And I know throughout my tenure at Capitol High, our numbers have remained, I guess you could say, consistently strong. And when students do get in that Auto 1 program, they certainly continue into Auto 2 and then Auto 3. And of course, as you can imagine, in the world of automotive technology, it's rapidly changing, and the amount of technology and just higher level skills and thinking that are involved. It's very complex, and we're very fortunate to have somebody like Mr. Croft at the helm of that program. So I'd like to call up Eric Croft so we can talk more about this award that he received.
I did bring the hardware. It's here. So for that fact, I'll just open that up and hand it out to you guys so you can look at it. Absolutely. I have on several occasions. Took a little bit for that to soak in. Just a simple young man from Great Falls. Didn't expect any type of honor like this for sure. And then when you take the time and you actually look at the numbers, and they put out the numbers for us, and of course this is their 60th year, and there are 28 members of the WyoTech Hall of Fame out of 60,000 students. So that number is really, really small as far as the number of people that are in it. So I don't think that in a lot of cases people really understand when you've been inducted to a Hall of Fame such as this, how small the numbers actually are, because I think we kind of become immune to it. We say, oh yeah, we hear about the Hall of Fames all the time, and then we don't actually look at the numbers. And looking at that, I think it was 0.0004% of the students that had attended WyoTech in the last 60 years. So this was a very, very great accomplishment. I'd like to thank the board. I think you guys have all played into this. You guys have always given me support. Brett has been one of my biggest supporters. Every year, my classes are overfull, and I have a problem saying no, so I bring in as many as possible, and we give them the education that they want and that they deserve. So thank you all for the support over the years, and do you guys have any questions?
What questions do you guys have?
Are you excited about the renovation?
I am, as a matter of fact. I'm figuring by this time next year, I'll be moved into a new shop. So I think that is just completely awesome. Yes, we are all over the top ecstatic about the new renovation.
Do you feel like that? Do you feel like the renovation will allow you to do more complex or larger projects or get more things done?
Most definitely. One of the biggest things that we are in desperate need of is space. The amount of shop space that I have over there. And when you're taking anywhere from 18 to 25 students into a shop space that is just really, really confined, it's hard for them to be able to do the things that they need to. So that shop space will be able to add some equipment, things of that nature, that'll really kind of elevate this program to the next level. And we've done a lot of stuff over the past several years. I have students that are Ford ACE certified, which is all of the Ford entry-level certifications. We have Subaru University. We have an apprenticeship program through Dick Anderson Construction working on heavy equipment and light-duty diesel. And we are also a pre-apprenticeship program through the Department of Labor. So all of those things combined, I think, really kind of adds to our program.
We've taken a tour through the shop facilities over Capitol, and you're pretty squished in there. So, I mean, we're really excited for your new digs, but on the other hand, so thankful that you are able to get so much out of so little. It really speaks to the students and also the instruction that they get.
Well, yeah, the kids, number one, are great. Without them, I wouldn't have a job. So, but yeah, they are absolutely fantastic. They pick things up just so quickly and are so willing to do things, help out the community, things like that. So I'm very, very proud of the program. I'm very, very proud of my students.
I've been dodging a bullet with Mr. Croft for several years now, but now with the new facilities, I'm expecting that demolition car to be a much more robust vehicle.
It's actually
to spare me.
It's starting running, and you are the only one that's going to have a demolition derby car that's made with DOM roll cage tubing in it, and that's already built and ready to go.
Yeah. So somehow I had a bucket list. I said, I'd really like to drive in a demolition derby, and 6 months later says your car's ready.
Hey, the kids did a fantastic job. Student made, by the way. I was there.
I'll drive it for them.
Welding students put all of the roll cage together. Auto students did the rest of the car. And yeah.
They're going to be the pit crew. And I hope my wife isn't watching.
So yeah, that's coming up in September again.
I'm fully aware.
So I have to ask, is that happening at the fairgrounds? Can we buy tickets?
Yes, you can. It will be at the fairgrounds, and yeah, it'll be the only.
Sorry,
I have not ran this by property and liability insurance yet.
Yeah, it'll
Thank
buff.
you, Mr.
Don't
Crow.
worry about it.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say on behalf of the board, congratulations. We do recognize this is a very prestigious award, so I know that you worked really hard, put in a lot of effort to get this. I also want to mention too that this is just a really good reminder of how impactful our CTE programs are, and that there are alternative pathways to colleges and universities when some of our students decide that. So.
Well, and if I could add one more thing, it's not just colleges and universities. These kids are actually, after they leave the Auto 3 program, with those entry-level certifications, they are entry-level to go into any shop, whether it be a dealership or an independent shop, and they're ready to go and do the job day one. So
we are setting them up for success from day one.
Absolutely.
I love
That's the whole mission statement, is to have them college and career ready when they graduate from high school.
That is wonderful. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we're going to go ahead and move into our superintendent
You're
report.
ready for that? You bet.
Thank you.
So the structure for me and my superintendent report stays fairly consistent through the school year. Recognitions, new business, and then outreach. And so you can see that as I submitted to the board packet for our student board reps and our two new trustees. That'll be in Friday night's packet. You'll see the recognition part of it. And I think that's really important for our new members here at the table. One of the very best things that we do, other than govern, is recognize students. And so that recognition is a really big piece for all of us to recognize students. But I also find that there's other things going on in our district that I want to make note of. So that's where this part comes in, and then talk about the new business and what we're doing in the district office moving forward. And then I typically don't read off the list of meetings and outreaches. It's comprehensive, but once in a while there might be something of more importance, and then I will highlight that. But that's where we're at. Unfortunately, I add one more section to this once in a while, and I don't like it, and I don't want. I think it's needed, but there are situations in our community with our own family of Helena Public School employees that we experience loss, and we had that again last weekend. We've lost a school psychologist. We also lost a wife of one of our paraeducators, and I want to make sure that we recognize, put this in perspective, that what we do in recognition of people and the great things they're doing, but this is still a human business, and it is a human nature of what we do, and we care and build relationships. I did a podcast with two retiring teachers here day before yesterday, and we talked a lot about what makes Helena special, and it's really the ability to build strong relationships. And so when it's a wife or a spouse and they lose them, it hurts dearly. And so I want to recognize that there are, and that information will come out as the families are ready for that. But I just want to make sure that you understand that we did have a loss too. And unfortunately, our thoughts are with those individuals. That being said, welcome to our new, as I just said, our two new board chairs and our two trustees that are new to the table, and those that won their seats. Welcome back. What happened at the end of the school year, like this last day of school, but a lot took place. And I think really what I want to highlight is that some of you, and I thank you for trustees that attended our graduations, 4 graduations, one in this very room, Mount Ascension, and some of you as trustees were there to see that take place. Pretty special. I think that Mount Ascension provided an opportunity for some students to receive a diploma that may not have had the opportunity to. You know, that's the beauty and the need for multiple paths for students to gain graduation. So that was really special. Capital, Helena High, and Powell, we all were there. We had great guest speakers. Becca Liepart was a guest speaker for PAL, and as you saw on the paper, thank you, Sunny, that we were above the fold, below the fold, and in color. There was a lot going on there. It's really great to see when our paper comes out and the front page is all about Helena Public Schools and the students and what's going on. So that was a highlight. But I will also note that Mr. Sykes at Helena High was our guest speaker there. Incredible job. I was sitting next to him. I think Keith was on the other side of him. And public speaking, you can talk to 30 kids in a classroom or 40 kids in a classroom. It's pretty easy. But you get in front of 4,000 or 5,000. There was a little bit of nerves going on, and I was calming him down, like, you're going to be great. He killed it. He did such a great job. You would never known that he was a little apprehensive and nervous, but he just did such a remarkable job. And then Marcus Philmall came in from Capitol High School, was a graduate he was actually Mr. Zanto's first graduating class as Mr. Zanto was entering as a principal, and he got to speak at the graduation of his last graduation for Mr. Zanto. That was pretty special. I've been doing this 30 years, and I've been to most of the graduations. I have never had so many students walk up on stage, grab their diploma, and stop and look at the guest speaker and say, that was phenomenal. And that happened with Barkus. Really impactful and meant a lot to our students, and he was able to connect, and so did a really great job. So I want to point that out. End of the year celebrations, there's a lot that took place here. So I want to take a moment to congratulate Helena High, Cassie Cook, for being, and this is probably going to come with, I know the HEA is going to also talk about this in Jane, but just a quick shout out to our paraeducator and our teacher of the year. They were named. We also had our paraeducator, Molly Meyer, might be a relative here, someone at the table. We're really thankful for their contributions to the school district. I did happen to see Molly walking by and asked her, you know what comes out of this, right? You have to speak in front of everybody. So she turned back her award. She's like, I'm not going to do that. I want to thank Callie Asham, of course, for all that they do. Brews and Bonds, Pints and Projects. Our outreach piece has gone really well. I will say that as summer's starting to set in, the attendance on those are starting to slow down a little bit. And I think as we start turning dirt over and we start going vertical, we'll start seeing more people come in. But right now it's a lot of the design work, and I think people have seen a lot of that work. So our interest level, along with weather, sort of, makes that people are not attending, but I think we'll see that come back. But I will circle back around. We do have our groundbreaking for Helena High the 16th. And so our regular scheduled Bonds and Brews, that's going to be held at Helena High. And I'll kick us off. Callie will take it, but we got a host. And we, from the district perspective, we've got people with shovels and speakers. And so it'll be a great event. So I think you've seen that, and Candace has sent that out. Congratulations to the 105.3 Teacher of the Month, Kevin Falato, out of Helena Middle School. So we've received that. The Scare Ladies, have you seen a little bit of that information that's come out or that's been in the media? They presented Miss Albert and Mr. McKay a $15,000 check for the support and help of lunches for our exiting seniors. And so helping out, so we appreciate that community service as well. We had teacher retirement celebration at Central. We've been doing that for several years now there. Great venue, but I want to highlight Jane Sean, Candace Delvaux, put a lot of time and energy into making that a special event. If you walked in, you wouldn't know it was a school. It looked like a 5-star restaurant. Tables are decorated, candles were going, music was playing. So they do a lot of work, and they take a lot of pride in that for our staff, and it's special. So I want to thank them. And then all those that made that event special, you'll see that we put there Robert Worthy, but other places, Walmart, Costco, Albertson, Town and Country, Forget Me Not Flowers, they all donated from healthy phone calls and conversations from Candace. She's very convincing that they donated a lot to the program. And so I want to thank them for their work, and Candace and Jane for theirs. New business, special education director, that position is open again. We're back in the recruitment cycle. You'll hear a lot tonight from the architects and the construction managers on our project, so I'm not going to go into that because we'll get more in depth coming in. Second page of the report. We're academic focused work. We're planning for the 26-27 school year, and the deadline for that, for you to see it, is that July board meeting. So when we get to the July board meeting, that's a longer meeting for our new people that we were typically, well, I would say it's any longer. We just shift the time zone from PM till 1 o'clock at night to 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. Still probably the same length, but we'll do that during the day in July. In that, we are working feverishly on the academic performance indicators. So that's part of what we had been talking about is our vision forward, what's important, what data are we reporting. And then that's also the reason why we split a position and made it federal programs, which you just talked about in CTE, and really focusing in on the work on CTE in federal programs, but also equally important is the data and the information that we're receiving and what we are tracking. So that has to be more important than one person can give attention to. So that's how we split that out, and we'll talk more about that in July. Obviously, the planning for we bring the AA superintendents to Helena, and they'll be here during the summer, and so we're working on that. I just talked about the Bruise and Blueprints. The administrative changes have mostly been completed. I've met our Rossiter principal for the first time. She was in town, so she's from out of district, so we were able to connect with her. Look, I'm excited about the prospect of having her working out there at Rossiter, and then all the other ones, Central, Broadwater, Helena Middle School, Capitol High School, all those changes have been made, and I call that the dust has settled. We got one more special ed director to do. And then just the ongoing work at the end of the year stuff that Taylor is, from a communication standpoint, put a lot of miles on the car today and a lot of pictures, just catching and capturing all the really great stuff that's taken place across the district. So that is my superintendent report. I do believe that a lot of my information will come later. The health benefits piece and the baseball part of that, I'm lifting on those pretty hard as well. So I'll bump back in because that's a lot of the new business here. I didn't want to just put it in a bullet point. It's going to have a little more attention. So I'll be back on the mic after that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, please.
I did have someone recently suggest, have any legislators been invited to your AA superintendent's conference? That might be an idea.
I work with Sam Padmcracken, and we bring legislators in. We bring them to the schools and we tour them around. That could happen. So here's where I'm at. I need time with our AA soups to strategize, and I don't want to turn political. And so at that point, we need some time to be able to talk what we need to talk about. And there are times that we bring in a legislator, and I think that's important. But we are all burning at both ends, and we don't get a chance to sit down for a day or a day and a half and talk about what's best for the AAs. And quite frankly, we're all concerned about the state. I grew up in a Class C school. I worked in an A school. It's every kid in Montana that we talk about, but obviously we're AA folks, and so it's always our emphasis. But what's best for education? And then we take that, then we go to our legislators and say, this is what we're pushing on, and I'll bring it to you as for resolutions as we move forward with the School Boards Association. So, yeah.
Other comments, questions? I just want to kind of touch on what you've already said, and this is a very thorough report, so I appreciate all of the kudos and congratulations that are also included in this. I would like to say and encourage community members and folks to turn out for the groundbreaking on June 16th. For those of you who've maybe been in our community for a while or even attended Helena High, this is quite the event to finally be able to see us transition to something new and wonderful. And to begin that work would be really great to have folks there to see that. I also wanted to say thank you for the donations that were provided by the Scare Ladies. Did I say that wrong? Yeah? Okay. School lunches sometimes are just not things that folks think about, and we have students that are either not able to pay or, lots of various reasons that those charges get made. So the fact that we have community members helping support that and clear that up for folks is really nice too. And then finally, with that July board meeting, we are switching it to the daytime hours, but it will be recorded. We'll still have our minutes and everything available, as well as we're doing it online too, right? We'll have a link for Teams
There is
or just a recording?
Yeah, so that meeting is special because we're up moving around. We'll move outside to a setup area. We'll come back in. So there's going to be a lot of movement going on. We will record it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yep. So then just to let you guys know that we will have that available for you as well.
So we will also have teaching and learning coming up this month. It'll be our last committee meeting for the summer or during the break. And we'll have data there, and then we'll full board presentation also in July. And we'll have that online as well. And part of the data discussion is that we want to have performance indicators established and on a 5-year trend period. But we also want to be able to market it. We want to be able to show it. And so we started in on a new website that you've heard about, so that we'll be able to have a data dashboard in which the data that we're collecting and analyzing can be shown to the public in a front-ward facing document. So that website's going to allow us to do that as well.
Thank you for recognizing that. I know that there's been a lot of interest in being able to see that data, not just amongst the board, but community too. And it was kind of a stair-step situation where we had to have A in place before B could be in place, et cetera. So we've always had that information available. It's just going to be easier to access now.
Yeah, the change for us this year has been freeing up an individual that can get that work done, because we had that assignment along with federal programs and career and technical ed, all that combined on one was a lot. And so we were doing the best we could with the budget we had, right? And then the other part is making sure that we had a platform that we could show it. So it's all falling into place.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate the report. Okay, so we're going to move on to general public comment. I do have something that I'm going to read here, but I just want to generally say that for this portion of the agenda, this is for items that are not currently on the agenda. So if you're here to speak on baseball or insurance premiums or any of the other items that are down in that action area, we are going to give you an opportunity to speak then. So right now, this is for anything not on the agenda. This is the time for comment on public matters that are not on the agenda. Public matters do not include any pending legal matters, private personnel issues, or private student issues. Please do not attempt to address such issues at this time, or you will be ruled out of order. The board cannot enter into discussion during general public comment. Do we have any in-person public comment? Yes. So when you come up, just go ahead and state your name, and if you wouldn't mind spelling it so that we can make sure we have that correct in the minutes, and your relationship to the board. And we have a 3-minute. I have every confidence in the world, but I am going to set my 3-minute timer for you. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left, and then we'll conclude at that 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
I won't take all the time, I promise. My name is Emily Heller. That is EmilYHellyer. I am a soon-to-be sophomore at Capitol High School, and I would just like to thank you guys for allowing us girls at Capitol High to do flag football. I'm not sure about some of the other girls at Capitol, but I know I have never done a fall sport up at Capitol or at CR when I was there. But we have over 55 girls who are interested in doing flag football. And I think that's a really great way to help empower the upcoming generation of women by giving us the similar sports to the guys. So yeah, I would just like to say thank you again, and it is greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Do we have anybody else in person for general public comment? Do we have anybody online? Okay. All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to our new business. We have items for information with our facility bonds. I think we're going to start with Kessler. Do we? No? Yeah. Okay. Give them a second or two to come on up. Okay.
Yep. Gretchen's right behind us. Gretchen, you need to give us a walk-up song.
song.
How about a dance? Thank you for being here. Matt, welcome. That was quick, wasn't it?
Let's see.
Are you presenting?
Yes. Is our cohort here too? All right.
While she's getting pulled up, we're
Tony's here too today, which is
excellent. We will dirt will start moving, Helen and I, here in a couple weeks. So things are happening pretty quickly. Kessler has a little bit of that going on later this fall, and probably the same thing with Capitol. But you're going to see District Kitchen, Helena Heights, southeast corner, starting in there. So I was filling a little space there for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Better than me singing here. All right.
Christian, real quick, there's new board members, right? So, yep, so Matt Ani with Mosaic Architecture here with Gretchen, project architect.
Tony Houts, principal at Christian Terrell.
And Troy Ford.
And Troy Ford, Golden Eagle Swank.
We're gonna all share the presentation here this morning or this evening, but we'll try to move quickly through this. So we always preface all of these presentations with a pause in my slide, and then with the guiding principles. Should we? Okay, we're gonna hit them again. So again, these were derived out of a lot of community conversation, in-depth conversations with our staff and teachers at Kessler, community engagement and student engagement. And we do always come back to these as, you know, when decisions have to be made, are we meeting these high-level principles? Belonging for every child. Again, this was about making sure that every kid feels seen and heard, and carrying forth the very small, tight-knit community, kind of family-oriented community that already exists at Kessler into a bigger environment. Inclusion with dignity and support, this really comes down to how we provide special student services and making sure that every learner is met where they need to be met to progress. And making sure that all of those student services are delivered with dignity and just, you know, full inclusion. Joyful hands-on learning. Again, this is about, you know, making learning fun, reminding us all that learning is fun. And that the building in which you go to learn should also provide that sense of delight and excitement. Whole child wellness and safety is really about just understanding that the method of delivery of instruction is not just in the classroom, but it's whole body, it's relational, it's spiritual, it's physical, it's all those things. And partnership and community. You'll see this come forth in a lot of spaces in Kessler, but specifically what we're calling Cougar Corner. They bring a lot of community partners into Kessler right now, and we wanted just to be able to enhance that protocol that's already happening and give those community partners a place to give full instruction to a grade level, to do interactive learning, and those kinds of things. They have this amazing connection with Montana Wild right across the highway, so it's that partner and many others that come into their building often. And then this connection to nature, and we've talked about this over and over again, just how special that Kessler site is and the connection they have both to Mount Helena in one direction and then out to the valley, Spring Meadow Lake, Montana Wild, the whole North Valley on the other side. So these are kind of those high-level principles that have helped to deliver that message. So in terms of process, this is where we're at. We have we've received full buy-off on the schematic design deliverable that we gave to the district, and so we're moving fast and furiously into design development, the next phase. We actually just delivered a 50% DD package today, and that showed a lot of development. There's 181 pages of content already in that deliverable. So we're moving towards a end of July deliverable on design development.
Any questions there on the schedule?
Yeah.
Who are you delivering it to?
So we delivered that to the district and to our GCCM partners. Again, another checkpoint on pricing and scheduling and that kind of thing. And then we will be sitting down with the facilities folks and doing a plan in hand review with our mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, making sure, I'm getting questions like, where should the hose bibs on the exterior of the building go? Like, someone else should be deciding that, not me. Where are we pushing snow? Yeah, those kinds of, that's the kind of into the weeds stuff we're in right now. And then in terms of overall project schedule, this is how it maps out. Again, we're at this 50% design development benchmark. Our civil team is going to be delivering a site infrastructure package for permitting to the city by the end of the week. And then the next benchmark will be a site and foundations package that goes in for permitting first week in September. And then, as you mentioned, there is a planned groundbreaking at Kessler in October. And then, so what's happening on site this summer? I'll let Troy jump in and talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, the last. Go ahead.
Yep.
Just for the people that out.
You bet. Yeah. So for the last few weeks, we've got like Gretchen said, a commitment to, a site and a foundation package at the beginning of September. So we've, spent some time revitalizing and creating the first conceptual schedule for the Kessler project. With that being said, breaking ground in October, there are some utilities that are in the way for the new foundation for the school. And utilities specifically for the existing modular building that is on site, that will remain on site while we build the new school. Yeah, and Gretchen just flipped to this slide, just a snapshot of the project schedule that we've put together. Breaking out the bid package or the design package for the site and foundation drawings. And showing our notice to proceed and beginning excavation in middle of October. So click. So a lot of data points and stuff you can't really see, but overall the concept is moving some utilities, getting the site prepped as much as we can, and doing as much work as we can this summer and getting ready to break ground in the fall.
For clarity, I think, want to back up one slide there. Just for us, obviously, if you can read that, hallelujah. And that's not, I don't believe that's the intent of it. For us, if you look down the list of events that have taken place down the left-hand side, the left-hand column, but on the right-hand side, at the top axis, you'll see dates, and that's starting from probably right now, and that last one clear out there to the right-hand side is probably 2028, somewhere there, I'm assuming. Sure. And you can see what's taking place as it moves through time, and so they stack on one another, and so that's what you're seeing right now, is that's what needs to take place, and that's how they project it's going to take place, the timeline on it, if that makes sense.
Yep. Thanks for explaining that, Rex.
That's you guys, yeah.
And I guess overall, with us starting in October, and one thing I wanted to mention too, that we envision plenty of time to build the Kessler School in that time frame. So. Other than that, just from the GCCM side, in the last month, we selected our HVAC and plumbing contractor for the project. It was a really competitive process. We got a lot of turnout for and a lot of proposals that were submitted upon, and we're glad to get them on board. And we have a kickoff meeting with Mosaic and CT's team next week. So other than that, we've been doing a lot of coordination with both the school district and Northwestern Energy on all of the applications for utilities for the project, and we're ready to issue those and get them on the schedule. And one of those pieces that's going to happen this summer, and we continue to work on our future proposals and bid packages, and then being hand in hand with the design team and reviewing the drawings for both, constructability, schedule, and cost analysis. So before we move on, I want to really quickly say Golden Eagle Swank team is doing something really unique. They're using our BIM modeling, so it's our software that we're drawing in all the time, and I'm so thankful for Troy's team that they have been willing to jump on to that piece, and it's really led us to making the schedule faster, better. So I'm really proud of the contractor team and the design team working together, and for them taking on that effort. And I know Troy took it on himself, and we're emailing each other back and forth like, how does this work in Revit? How's that? How's this? And so it's really, really exciting to see that collaboration. So I just want to pump up our contractor team because they're doing something different and awesome that other teams are, not always doing. So
you don't typically see that, right? And what the advantage for Helena Public Schools is that being able to be creative and innovative and perform in that type of detail allows a much cleaner budgeting process. And so they can budget in and have better numbers than if they had not done that. So this is kind of a new forward step in a design architect team.
That's really good to hear. We're looking for opportunities to be more efficient and collaborate. So yeah, I'm glad you guys are doing that. Thank you. All right. Anything else for Kessler?
And then just from the design team side, what has been going on, again, design development is the chance where we start doing a deep dive into every space, every system, every component, and all of the engineering components are up and running. So what's been happening is, weekly updates with the district. We've met with custodial leadership. We had a focused meeting on low voltage and IT, safety security review. Door hardware tomorrow, if anybody's free to come to that, feel free. And then we'll, again, like I said, we'll be doing a plan in hand review with facilities out at the level of drawing that we have right now. And then we're continuing to meet with the building committee. We just set up a summer meeting schedule with them as well, and they're all in for even summer engagement. So we're working on them with interiors and actually kicked off some furniture stuff with them last week. And then on the city side, we've met with Transportation, Public Works, Fire Marshal a couple times now, and the building official. So that's all kind of part of the process here. And then just a reminder, I've got 3 slides in here about, kind of how we got to where we're at. Like, a lot of you have heard the story, some of you are new to the story, but I just want to remind everybody that all of these decisions were heavily guided by a process that was very involved, hands-on, involved artists with students, involved models with the public and with the district and with our teachers, and it's all been a really great process. So guided by the process, as I mentioned before, very inspired by the context of this site and the opportunities of the site, and responsive to the site and program. Again, and that's something that we worked very closely with the district to develop. I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
So we're working with Cushing Terrell on the landscape plan and the overall site plan. So a lot of you guys have seen this plan here. So what we're looking for is safety, security, and great access. So this overall plan is showing that. So our main entry off Silverette, those red zones are for fire protection. That big one on the east side, so the right side of the screen, is bus drop off and fire protection. And then we also have, awesomely, this really great drop off loop. Most schools don't have that, and so we're able to provide that from a safety and security standpoint. And we're very excited about it because it's going to be very unique and going to be really great for the school. So Tony, if you want to run this, I'm going to stand up there and point at stuff. And or Gretchen.
You point at me, and then I'll.
So not everyone has seen our whole process, but we're really getting into the landscape design portion, so I'll go as quickly as I can. So We have color discovery, low maintenance, and wild. What this means is for the district is it's low maintenance and it's going to be a little wild and look very pretty. And then right we have the lawn, which we don't expect for our kids, and then the boulevard and park zone. So really quickly, we have very few of that number one, that color and discovery. That is going to be, you know, the nicer plantings, but they're small, easy maintained, and we have our wild zones in this light green color here. So those are like fescue grasses with maybe some flowers in it. So you only have to mow it like once a year, because these are the zones where we have a lot of grade areas you can't get a mower into. And then obviously the lawn and the boulevards, which are pretty straightforward. So the color discovery, what we're looking at is perennial, so like maybe during the course of the year, certain flowers are in the spring, certain ones might come up in the fall, but we're keeping those zones much smaller than we're showing, but these are just pretty pictures to give you guys the idea. Like they'll be in pretty tight little areas. And then the low maintenance and wild are these fescues with maybe some of these flowers that we can get in. So it allows the district to use, you know, control methods for weeds, but also allows it to just be a little bit wild, a little bit fun, but not get too tall. So probably less like this and more like this. But that's just really pretty picture because we don't want them too tall, too brown. And then the lawn, pretty self-explanatory, but and luckily, especially on the south side of this project, be very mowable, which you're seeing here. North side, yeah, it has hills and that stuff. It won't be as tight as this, but we still have some really nice lawn space for the kids. And every moment is a learning piece too. We're trying to integrate all of that all the time. So, and the boulevards, we're going to have some discussions with Todd Barrel and maintenance staff. Like, do we do a boulevard like this while we have these photos, or do we do ones like this that just kind of grow and you don't have to, you know, mow and take care of? So that's an ongoing discussion with the team. Oh, this is a big one. Fencing. So we know because of parking and city zoning, so we have residential pieces here. So this will be the screen fencing here. So that you don't have to look in and see the parking. And then we have these buffer zones, these green fences here that could be a little bit lower. There might be more directional. And then our perimeter fencing for the students. So we've done so many presentations, not everything's in here, but our south playground and our north playground, that's that perimeter fencing, and we didn't get it added in, but there will be a line right here if anyone is concerned about kids getting too close to the highway. So we will be adding a fence here. This green fence is where we're going to be doing our water retainage. So where our stormwater is. So there will be a fence here, we decided in our last meeting, so that's just not shown. And ideally, these are, you know, you walk around all the sites. Are they 4 foot, or are they 6 foot fences? What's best for safety? Where there's a lot of grade, we're hoping we can do 4 foot. Where it's flatter, more safety, maybe they're 6 foot fence lines. And then a little bit of ornamental fencing. So what we mean by that is just a little bit nicer, nothing over the top, but when it touches the building, we do something a little bit nicer than chain link, ideally. Any questions on the fencing and the FLS and finger sprouts? We're still trying to solve this. If we do have to fence them in or not, can we leave this fence in or not? So that's a district-wide decision. If we get the right playground equipment, we're hoping that like the first and second graders can use this as well, and then their kids are here. So we're working through that on where can those kids go, programming this, and that's a district decision. where do kids go? Because if we block this off, we have to have another piece of playground equipment out here potentially. So that's a budget piece. So we want to protect every kid, every child for learning. So hopefully we don't have to have this, but
Plan on it.
yeah, we're planning on it. That's why it's there. And you'll see some cool pictures of that. So the north playground, we know we have the existing playground equipment here, but we do want to enhance it if we can, and especially when the old school goes away, this is another big hill, right? Gretchen and I heard from the kids, we love our big hill. So we might be bringing back in another big hill. So we're looking at slides like this and a few more pieces. So we have another cool big hill that's going to come back. So that we've heard from the kids. So,
Principal Thatcher is loving that picture right there. That big slide coming off the hill.
yeah. And then the south playground, really that focus. Like I said, ideally we can get some of the first and second graders up there, but it's for the FLS and the Kindersprout program. So you can see we'll be using some different surface materials. So those kids who are in chairs or need walking assistance can still go out and play. So we have, that's this color here, that it's solid, but it's not concrete. So whether that's rubber or some turf material, we're looking into that. And then, these special swings for these kids, sound, touch, tactile features as well. And this is a good example of what's kind of barely stated in this, but is, if we get the surfacing correct, we can get, kids in those chairs up and down, but we can also get young kids safely. So overall design influences, so we put this back in because we know there's some new folks here. When we looked at this building, with nature being our inspiration, is we wanted to really fit in and have subtle slopes, subtle moves to really feel a part of the landscape. So this building has these subtle moves kind of, the tectonic plates coming together, the mountains growing, and doing these subtle angles in our facade to not only match, foreground, background in mountains, but also if you look at Mount Helena. So just inspiration that we didn't copy paste, but it inspired us, so it was very exciting.
Yeah. And then just a theme that we've started as an interiors theme and kind of evolved from there, but kind of labeling each learning neighborhood with an ecological community. It was a chance to kind of bring a couple of our overarching goals together, one being this inclusion of nature and recognition of where we are at in that ecological system, but also bringing forth messages of belonging, again, making sure that every kid feels like they belong in the same way that a diversity of species belongs in a community and has a special role to play, that diversity enhances that community in the same way that diversity of kids and teachers enhances a school community. So that's where that inspiration came from. So this next part, I'm going to kind of turn over to Tony because he's going to speak to what the CT team has been working on, and we show you these images only to show you that right now we're digging into what's behind all the images. So you can just get some snapshot views of kind of through our model and all of the pieces and parts that are coming together on a daily basis here. So you'll see mechanical, structural, electrical, IT, all those kind of systems components in there. So let you report on that team.
Ecological zone, which was one of the really fun things that we saw and heard from the teachers, is instead of like, I'm in the northwest corner of the second floor, they're like, oh, I'm in Alpine on this side. So we're already seeing, that funness that the teachers are really reacting to, and so they're getting really excited. So 420, like that was just something very exciting that they're like, oh yeah, I'm in the forest or I'm in the grasslands instead of, yeah, I'm in the first floor of west side. Like, it was very cool.
Yeah, well, I'll just touch quickly on the engineering. It's an honor to be here on behalf of my engineering team and the interior design team, our fire protection team, and the landscape group that have been supporting the design. As an architect, you get to this part of the project, and this is where you get to really geek out because all the concepts start to come together, but then you got to make them real. So all the engineers have to have their role, and they have to have their pieces in there. And so what our team's been doing at this point is trying to knock down all the big decisions, all the big risks, trying to knock down the connection points and make contact with the city and make sure that everything's going to go as smooth as we possibly can, get most of the answers early. And we're about at that point. We've got most of our spatial coordination done. We've got our connections to where the utilities are going to be completed. And so now what we can start to do is really integrate with the architecture and make sure that where we're running things and how we're supplying for the spaces is going to support what the architectural vision wants to be. So it's a really fun part for us, fun time for us because we get to all engage in the design process. And the other great thing about the way that the design for the school is unfolded, like Matt was just talking about, we're getting into some of the details around the landscaping before the building's done, and we're letting them inform each other. So like, how do those two things work together? How do we start to create an atmosphere for the landscaping as you're approaching and the kids are playing around the school? And how do they support each other in the learning environment? So those are really important conversations that we're having right now with everybody. And it's been a good experience. It's been very smooth, and we're looking forward to adding more detail into these as we move forward. The other partner with the city, the fire marshal, our fire protection team has had extensive discussions with the fire marshal already. And that cooperation and partnership is something that's valuable to us as a firm and as a design team. And so being able to identify where they want to park the trucks already is great. It's also great to make sure that our riser rooms are in the right spot and we know where the notifiers need to be and we know what we want to do for monoxide detectors, et cetera, inside the school, even before we've really gotten to that level of detail yet. So we're trying to get those decisions out early so that Troy and his team have the most information they can have to provide quality costing to the district and try and de-risk the project and control the costs as we go forward. So thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think that sort of wraps things up. We had another couple of images here just of, so you can kind of get the transparent view of the model side by side with the rendering. So, there's a lot of pieces and parts obviously in every building, and what starts to happen on the inside starts to inform what's on the outside, but for the most part, outside has been pretty fixed for a while, and we'll continue to develop the interiors and come back with more information about that. So the other piece that Tony briefly touched on is interiors. We're working with their interiors department, and like I said, we've already started meeting with teachers and had a kickoff meeting just to kind of get a sense from them about classroom furniture. And they're going to help us secure some sample pieces by the fall so that teachers can kind of get hands-on and eyes-on and make some help make those decisions about furniture. But just even that initial meeting helped to kind of firm up some of the classroom decisions, and just to give you a little snapshot of where that's headed. We are working around this kind of casework piece as the learning wall component that has slider whiteboards, tech boards, and storage behind those. And then the centerpiece, this kind of shows how it was at Bryant with a whiteboard. This will be updated to an interactive monitor, and we were just over at Broadwater looking at the new interactive monitors over there so we can understand what those are all about. So, and then you can see a sink and countertop piece to the left. And then looking at the flooring in the classrooms being a hard surface at the entry, which is kind of where this viewpoint is taken, and onto the sink, and then carpet beyond that. So that's a kind of quick view of what that might look like. And then just to reiterate that the plans are being developed and updated slightly over time with communication and conversation, but for the most part, things have been pretty settled in here for a while. We're feeling pretty good about that. So that's it. Where we're at, again, is targeting this infrastructure package submittal to the city this week, reviewing the 50% DD that was just compiled and sent out today, and then progressing the design to 100% design development. Any questions?
Yes.
I don't have a question. I have a compliment. I mean, all the teams are doing a great job, but you guys are just so distinctive in your thoughtfulness and your collaboration. And that school looks like it just grew up out of the ground. I mean, it so perfectly sits in representing the West Side like that. And it's just, I mean, these projects are really kind of like what our community can be like when we invest in our future. And it's really inspirational. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I might be getting down in the weeds, but spending a lot of time in schools myself, especially elementary. How about drinking fountains and bathrooms? A lot of shenanigans happens there. Are those in observable places, and maybe the drinking fountains inside of the classroom?
There will be a bubbler on every classroom sink.
Okay.
So there's that for drinking fountains. There's also drinking fountains on every level. And I won't get into the weeds to show you where they all are, but.
And what kind of bathroom setup are you looking
So you can kind of see that the typical bathroom setup, which Matt's pointing at is like we did in the previous 3 Bond elementary schools, where there's kind of a shared sink area that can be monitored, boys on one side, girls on the other side. The one exception to that is up on our second level, where we anticipate the oldest students being. And partially because of the space we had, and partially because of the nature of the students that would be on this level, we decided to do single toilet rooms. And those are fully enclosed toilet rooms, not a partitioned space, and with shared sinks outside of that. So there's a little bit of variety in the building.
It's very manageable.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Yeah, I was just going to say it's really fun to be in this stage where we can kind of materialize more. And it was awesome going through the development phase and the questioning and involving and engaging, and now to get to see it kind of more and more what's going to realistically happen when it's built is pretty fun. And I do enjoy all the landscaping stuff. So it's nice to see that we're thinking about that. And I knew we would be, but it just really melds very well with the rest of the environment there. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No weeds in the landscape.
The only place you don't get into the weeds.
All right. I think we're going to invite Capitol High up.
Jacob is here. Thank you, Jacob. And team.
Sorry, guys. Wow, that was fun. Fun. It's mine. Okay.
You seem scrambling.
That's the worst intro I've ever had with you guys. Thanks for having us again. Congrats on the end of a school year. Nice to meet all of you new folks that are here. We're excited to share what we have. With me, I've got Legolas, I've got Marcus and John. John's hiding in the back. As far as the schedule goes, we are just moving like crazy right now. And not just us as a design team, but the school and the teachers have been moving the basement and first floor. They are going crazy. I think, Marcus, you commented that.
Yeah, as of about 1 o'clock this afternoon, the school had just about the entire basement moved out. So Langlis itself is starting demo tomorrow morning on the locker spaces. And with that, we're going to be moving in our trailer and all the tent fencing tomorrow morning. As well as that going on, we have bid packages on the rest of the demolition work, and then the temporary classroom spaces in the library wing. Those are going to be coming back Thursday. So once we have that in, we'll get other contractors on board and start more finished work.
Yeah, I'll just interject here that, that's pretty significant. Today, school gets out, we're already moving through. But there's a testament to our teaching staff and our administration at Capitol have prepared all this. This just didn't happen overnight. We just didn't move in and start, throwing stuff out the door. It's been well choreographed and phased in. So our teachers and our principal, our admin team, and then Todd's team as well, they're moving as well. So it was choreographed. We knew it was staged. It was planned. And today we got most of it done. So I was pretty surprised on the progress, but not surprised just for the fact that how much work went into planning to do what you did today.
Yeah, if you guys could have seen the basement areas and like some of the textbook storage rooms and stuff, there's just an awful lot that had to get moved. So congrats on the school and the teachers and administration. It's been pretty awesome. So we have our second package, which is kind of the enabling package. It also is the full renovation of the basement that is due on the 22nd of June, which is really tomorrow. I mean, it's not, but it's right around the corner. We have a lot of work to do from a design standpoint. And I bring this back up because this bottom that says review, revise, optimize, and repeat, this is a constant for this project. And I think we've been through this now 2 or 3 times, and we'll be continuing to kind of work with Langlis, work with the district to make sure that we're right sizing and optimizing what we can do with the dollars. So that said, these are the guiding principles. I'm not going to read through all of them because you've now seen them a few times, but this is an important part of everything that we do. And these play into the decisions that are made, not just with the interior of the building, but with the site, right? The work that we're doing, the decisions that get made. So this is the site plan for those that haven't seen this. The light kind of yellowish building massing is what's existing. The darker kind of orange is the new construction. And then again, the site and the tracks and fields are all getting upgraded and modified to some degree, shape, or form. So the dotted red areas also are the demolished buildings. The north one is the CTE that's existing, and the lower one is the existing library that is going to get removed and relocated. So you guys kind of wanted to know, and we had talked about kind of the value engineering last time we were hearing kind of what that might look like. So these are the new changes or the stuff that's been kept. So in the lower level, we're keeping ceramics down there. In some of the previous plans, you would have seen classrooms happening down there. We're keeping most of the classrooms in this west ring. There was a lot of movement and modifications for stairwells and other things that we just realized that we just didn't have the budget to do some of that. The lower level over where the current weight room is at will be the athletic storage. And then also up above that, there's more storage. The textbook center will move to the north. And then also there will be a visiting locker room that will remain in the basement as the current plans right now. The second floor, or the main level, sorry, again, the culinary arts will stay where it's at. We'll obviously do some upgrades and modifications to all of these spaces. And again, the west wing will stay pretty much in the same configuration from a floor plan standpoint. And again, all of this will get new mechanical, electrical, ceilings, paints, and we'll see if we can get, all new casework in all of them as well too. Those are all additive alternates. The music addition on the north is an additive alternate as well. And then the weight room will move to where the central kitchen is currently at. So that'll be where the new weight room is located. We're planning to keep the 2 existing locker rooms pretty much where they're at and just do some refreshing on those spaces. The second floor, again, both of these levels will pretty much stay untouched from a movement of walls and programming. We have kind of right-sized the front of the building a little bit, tried to minimize how much space we're adding as much as we can. Oh, sorry, I gotta go back. And then over where the existing wrestling room is at, that's where that third music room will be, most likely choir. But that's where we're planning for that at the current moment. And again, this will happen way down the road, so that assuming that music wing can get done, this would all become the wrestling space up here. So I know we've talked a little bit about some of the interior, some of the work that we're doing. You guys have seen some of these kind of grand visions and what we call parties, or kind of the inspiration behind where we're going with the interiors and the finishes. And obviously, like everybody else that is in Helena, you know, our landscape, the views, the rocks, the trees, the sky, the evergreens, all of that play a part into like how we want to move forward with the interiors. And so we're looking at, you know, using these different elements, these light and discovery, and what might some of those finishes look like. The water, the sky, and the focus, and having kind of a different palette of materials that can be utilized that show kind of this wonderful water and sky that we have. The forest and the growth, and what those materials might be, and how we might change that imagery and texture. The minerals and the energy, right, with the rocks and the mountains that we live in. And so all of those play a piece, right? And it's then taking some of this stuff, some of these areas, and not, you know, having it all over the place. We're defining those in groups and areas that organize the shapes and the locations of where it's going to be. So where the discovery is at is in different locations. The focus is mostly classrooms, right, because of the cooler colors and the calmer colors, right? The energy can be where there's a lot of activity, and the growth can be maybe in these kind of CTE spaces. And so we've started to kind of really define where these kind of elements might play a part. The district has seen some of this, but we needed vets more with Cal and Rex and Josh and everybody else. But these will start getting played into final images and renderings, right? And I would like to say that we have all of these done, but we have been so busy on these. We have hundreds of people right now working on these construction packages that we're not quite there yet, but hopefully soon we'll have more of that pulled into place. And that's what we've been working on. Do you want to see some of the exterior? I mean, the exteriors are still the black and white. We haven't fully rendered any of that. I don't know if you want to show some of that for the.
You got a few pulled up there?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's do just for we got new people here, so just an idea.
Yep. So again,
we're not building a white building.
It's not a white building. Yep. Yep. And we had started with some of this. The problem was we weren't happy with where it was at. We didn't feel like we were ready to show everybody. And we also had to pull people off to get these construction documents done for Langlis so we can get construction moving. Yep, so this will be the new interior of this, or the new exterior. This is the new entrance. You know, right now, for those that come to Capitol, we don't know where we're going, right? The front entrance is hidden back in kind of a courtyard. Nobody knows where to go. This will be actually, the front entrance will be defined with overhangs, light, windows. We'll be able to see this from circling the building. It's going to be wonderful. This is kind of coming into that new security entry. This might be maybe something that new commons will look like, right? So this will be grand and open. This will be a place that people can hang out, both during school with students studying, or at lunch, or after hours when there's sports and events. This will be where the bare necessities is at, and where the concession stand will be all in this area. This is into that lower level, what is the basement or the lunchroom that nobody likes to be in. And we are bringing that light in from up above. This is the new library upstairs, which is in the heart of the school, which is no longer a destination, but is, you know, central to all educational activities. a few more images of that same library. These are some of the existing classrooms showing the teaching wall. You can kind of see the undulating existing windows, but these will all get refreshed. And so this is that kind of fly through that shows kind of the white massing is new. The existing building you can obviously see because it's colored. But as you're coming in, the student drop off with the parents, the visitors is all its own location. The buses will pull off of Brady or Valley Drive right there. They'll be right on the street, so they're separated. The teacher parking is intended to be in the back by the fields. This will also be after hours activities or sports, and that's a separate location. And then the student parking will all be on the west. Obviously, moving all these pieces apart so we don't have all of this integrated movement and safety concerns is where we're going with this. The CTE you can see on the backside. New tennis courts are planned right now, just south of the cemetery, moving them off of what is that main entrance, the first things you see when you come into the school, kind of cleaning up the visibility of Capitol High School.
360 degrees. I mean, from all angles.
Yep. Yep.
That was a box that we wanted checked.
Yep.
That's so cool. For the student parking lot, will there be like a closer entrance for the students to go in, or will we have to walk around to like the front entrance?
Yeah, I mean, you won't have to go around the library is the answer.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not like moving around. So there will be one prime entrance into the building. It's probably about the same distance as you're currently walking from the student parking lot, honestly, to your current student entrance, those 3 doors that you guys go in there by the library.
Foyer. Yeah.
Yep, it's
Yeah, so what that's going to look like, Ella, is that you'll still be out in that parking lot, enhanced parking lot. It'll be a newer one. But instead of coming into the foyer there by the library, there'll be a much larger apron or sidewalk that will allow you to come right to the front door. Where the library currently sits, that goes away. And so you don't have to kind of work your way around the edge and up towards the street. It'll be much more open. You'll be visible to see where the front door is. And so it may not be any shorter, but it's going to be a much more convenient and more exciting place to walk into a building rather than coming around the corner or going into the courtyard or going into the hollow. So it will be much more effective for our student body to know where they're going versus kind of going in a side door. And then that didn't even lead you to the commons, right? Now you walk into your building and you have this grandness of this is the commons. And so a much different feel than what you're currently experiencing.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's that red arrow kind of on the plans right now. The other thing you'll notice is where the bus drop off, that's where your one of your main entrances into the parking lot. It's also, as kids are exiting the school, it's where a lot of the traffic and like pedestrian travel kind of intersects. It's pretty dangerous, really. So we're getting rid of that first one and creating a new one to the west, and that'll be primarily your exit, which will help with that.
There's a question here.
So I think we'll have Trustee Hathorn go first.
Just looking at the track and field facilities, there's been some from the public questions about equity between the two schools, and just want to touch on that. And is that going to be, are they going to be able to hold a track meet there?
Yes and yes. So the equity part or equitable, the stadium that's going to be over here is not, we're not building 2 stadiums. And so the question then, is it the same? It's not going to be the same. That's a 6-lane with expansion out to 8. It'll have opportunities to run dual meets. It'll have caged in discus and shot, unlike what we have now. It will be a much nicer. It's turfed. It will be paved running surface, unlike what we're currently running off of now. Yeah, so there's going to be opportunity for that to be a performance, with the opportunity also to add on to it as we grow into the years. And so that one, as we read through it and have SMA over here to my right, when we did the pre-bond work, that was vetted through the Montana High School Association of everything it needs to be a competition field. It may not be as 10 lanes and big as our field that we have building on this side of town, but it will still be a competition with the state tournament. If we ever have a state track and field, it's obviously going to be held in our stadium, not there.
But there can be a crosstown.
Absolutely, yeah. You can run
6 lanes is enough.
6 is enough. Especially if you go 8, but it's built for duels, so you can have 2 teams compete there real easily. And I would also say that we're still a little ways from our stadium development, right? We're working on buildings, and so our athletic director Eric Peterson is going to start working with teams and coaches and administrators on both sides of town to start framing what that's going to look like. And so much like we did with our buildings and our classrooms and our structure, we brought people together. We're starting that process, the same thing for both sides of the stadium, for both sides of town for stadiums. So there's work to be done there.
Thank you. I have heard from some of the coaches of some of the women's teams functionality concerns with the locker rooms. So I know that we're not able to do like a whole bunch to them, but could you speak a little bit more to what the refresh might look like?
Yeah, so we're pulling all the women's locker rooms out of the basement, right? So they will move upstairs, and we will refresh what is currently the PE boys locker room and to be the women's locker room is the plan right now. Yep. And it'll be nice. It'll be great. Yeah.
We wanted that up out of the basement. Yeah.
Trustee Myers?
So first, personally, thank you for moving the library up to the 2nd floor. That's wonderful. And thank you for taking our recommendation about taking the old library and getting rid of it so that it opens the space for the students and it makes the school look like a school. It makes it look like that piece. To help me with the music piece, I know at one time, are we back to an additional space for music and performance?
Yeah, so right now, the way that the existing orchestra is operating is they have 2 classrooms in the basement, right? And we knew that's not ideal. We need to get them out of there. They didn't have to function that way, but that's just how they've kind of molded and formed there. So we wanted to find a better location for them. So right now the plan is to, sorry guys, is to basically keep the music edition. So orchestra and band would be kind of where they're at right now. Right now the choir is actually performing in the southern room right there.
Okay.
But we would like to see kind of all the instruments being kind of in this same location, so we're not having to haul instruments up and down the stairs to the what is the 2nd floor. But we're providing another music room upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the current plan.
Great.
If we can't afford to build this addition on, and this addition was never specifically part of the bonding. This is just we really want it. It would make a big difference. We just don't know if we can afford it yet. So
okay. That's fair. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you guys. Oh, yes.
I was lucky enough to watch you guys present to the student council at Capitol High, and you guys mentioned that for the theater you're going to make like a rehearsal room. Is that still in the plans?
So the kind of drama room, I don't know if you can see it, but it's this kind of location right here.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that does become a part of it, right?
Okay.
If we can't get that in there, we will come up with some other options for that, because we know that her teaching, English way over here and,
Yep.
needing to use the stage when it's used by a lot of other people is really pretty tough.
For sure.
So,
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much. We always enjoy you coming around and continuing to see the progress as we did with Kessler.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Then moving into Helena High, which encompasses Helena as well as Powell and the district kitchen.
I like to go first just so Tim squared here. He's much more polished and better. For those new commissioners, I'm Tim Thole with Dick Anderson Construction. Appreciate you guys' time today. I guess the first update I would give is our owner rep actually is at the city commission meeting tonight, looking at a zoning change for a piece of parking that we're looking at, possibly as part of the solution for temporary parking. So that's where he's at tonight. And it passed? So that is great. That'll help out a ton. So I would assume he's rushing right back here.
Back, yeah.
I won't belabor a few things. I know you guys had a special board meeting last Thursday to pass some things, so I won't belabor that point. But we did have a great turnout for that bid phase 1. Hopefully when Rex gets back to his emails, he'll sign that amendment number 1 so we can get some contractual things going.
I think it's done.
Yep, I can see.
Did we send that? Yeah, we sent it.
We sent it. Good. We're good there. The other thing I will point out is we're also going into bid phase number 2 here late next week, around June 20th. We should be going into bid phase 2, which also will be a submission into the city for the foundation permit, which will be a huge step for everybody is working that through. So that'll allow us to do a lot. Next thing is fencing's going up tomorrow. Northwestern Energy on Thursday, removing lights and some lights, and then Monday we'll start clearing and grubbing the site. So we're a little bit ahead. District Kitchen, it's currently out for bid. We're looking for bids at the end of June. So far, it sounds like we're going to get a favorable response there. There's a lot of interest in these projects right now. So I'm excited where we're at. We really did get a good response on our first phase of bidding. So,
yeah, I think that's really important for us to note that bids are coming in, and those are the unknown variables in which we then can make future plans on. So, if those bids come in high, obviously the budget's a little more taxed. If they come in a little lower, then we're able to do a little bit more. And so I know Dick Anderson and SMA A&E are looking at those really careful, along with our owner's rep, to see where these numbers are coming in, just to do a litmus of how favorable is construction in Helena right now in 2026 with the world where it's at. And so it's really important to see what these numbers come in, and so far they're okay.
Yeah,
for the ones.
It is crazy. I mean, steel right now, because of the data centers, you're looking for rolls and that kind of stuff. For beams, you're looking 6-7 months out, and that's just kind of a lot of that also is the tariffs are also that we're not bringing any steel in from any outside sources. So we're relegated to using, there's only 2 mills in the United States for steel. So we're relegated to those 2 because those tariffs have shut off some other things. So it's just kind of a few things that we're trying to work around and deal with. So
The consequence is time.
the consequence is time. Yep. So.
Thanks.
Okay, be ready.
Tim.
Yeah, dry eyes.
Dry eyes.
He's more polished than he makes himself out to be, I think.
Sandbagger.
I'm Tim, number 2. Yeah, thank you once again for the opportunity for the update and to be part of this project. Tim Meldrum, A&E plus SMA Design. And in the interest of time, I'm probably going to actually try to get myself through some of these slides in a little quicker. Oh, we're just going to do that. Okay, hold on. Processing.
Running itself.
It's trying to, I think. We're going to try something here. Now we're back.
Seems to be the night of technology.
Okay.
Slow getting started on them.
All right. So the update I want to give though is hopefully I'm going to skip over a lot of the things you've even heard from some of the other teams today, just with regard to generalizing schedule and where we're at. As you know, I'll give an update on the kitchen and the general site development. we'll touch on where we're at on some of the interior and some of the details that we're getting to at the 50% construction document level. And then even some of the site wayfinding and signage, we're getting into that level of detail along some of the final 50% here. So you can see the blue line here is basically school's done. It's pretty much where we're at. As Tim mentioned, we're bidding a couple of aspects of the project, including the kitchen and some of the phase one portion of the site and foundation, just to get everything going and mobilized. We're kind of right in here, and so we're also approaching quickly the 50% CD estimate phase, which is going to be. Hopefully we can learn a lot about some of the final decisions made on exterior materials and interior materials from a pricing standpoint, sort of like what Rex was mentioning. So just a quick review of the site for anybody that maybe hasn't seen it yet. The existing site, there's basically two lots to Helen High School. The one on the right is sort of the practice and athletic fields. And the one on the left is where the existing school is, and we're keeping that existing gymnasium, that kind of portion in red there. And the district kitchen is going up here in the northwest corner, where a lot of the facilities, yard and storage areas were. And this is kind of the site plan of that. Again, nothing new here. We didn't really make any changes since last month because we were just approaching bidding at that time. We did meet with the city, and they approved a couple of sort of housekeeping items along the aspects of easements and rights of way related to that site that were sort of really old, decades old relics of status, and so those got cleaned up. And this is just a three-dimensional view of the kitchen building with this sort of western edge of the building is facility. Vehicle storage and maintenance and general storage, and then this kind of center portion here is the production kitchen. It gets pretty tight even there, and we did get them windows, which I think is really actually pretty exciting for them to see some daylight. They're not able to see a lot of that right now in the current facility. So, and then the green area is a lot of our food storage, both frozen and chilled, and dry storage, and then the administrative portion of the building. Along the site, though, we again reminder the existing building is right where the stadium is. The new building is being kind of built off of the existing gymnasium, which is about right in here, and all kind of built out to the north. And the kitchen is up there on the northwest, and we'll have some development on that practice field side, including parking, some play area, as well as track and field, some field events and throwing events over on that area where we've got some room, and as well as a walk track. Since a lot of people do use that track field over there, that track area over there, we want to make sure that even the community can use this as sort of a walking track with ideally measured distances and whatnot, and the softball facility upgrades. This is just getting into kind of some of the site improvements. We're getting down into the level of detail, the west entrance, the main entrance, the pickup and drop off, and sort of the plaza area. And, we don't have a lot of the expansive site opportunity given the parking, the building, the stadium. We don't have a whole lot of landscaping opportunities, honestly. So we're concentrating them in a few areas that are hopefully going to be meaningful to exterior space. The east entry on the right side here, and then the interior courtyard that you'll see more of here in a little bit. These are just more exterior views of the development of those entrance plazas, both on the west entrance, I guess. And then the courtyard, again, just landscape development of what we think that those might turn out to be like. They'll probably, again, we need to juggle we're getting a lot of feedback on how much maintenance versus beautification versus experience. And we always try to land on that, try to maximizing all of those things to meet maintenance needs and costs. This is the PAL courtyard just off the east edge of the PAL building, and we kind of showed a little bit of this a couple months ago. But it's I think it's going to be a nice amenity to have PAL have their own courtyard space where they can even have exterior classes if they need to. Some interior developments, not a whole lot of development in this. This is kind of the main commons area that you've seen. There's just been some refinements, some material choices, and just a small changes in configuration, but most everything is the same as you'd seen it. And then this is something new. This is kind of that lobby foyer area of the PAC, of the Performing Arts Center. This is kind of underneath the seating, and it's access to the rear side of the seating with sort of the, like if you were to look out those windows to the left, you'd see Helena College and the main entrance to the high school. But this we've always heard is a good opportunity to maybe look at student art and installation opportunities, maybe a little bit of community rotating installation, sort of lobby gallery space. I think this will be a really interesting space that is pretty straightforward in circulation. We get a lobby without, it's just bigger circulation, so we get kind of a lobby without having to design a lobby or pay for much of a huge lobby. The lobby for a performing arts center can get pretty big. We're using the commons for that, obviously. So, then PAL, sort of the upper commons area, again, they've also requested a lot of opportunity for art installation. So we're wanting to show that as the experience and these views start to show up. And then even sort of the lower level circulation, we want to make sure that you can see some of the wood being used. That's some of the existing wood from the existing building, the wood beams. Site and wayfinding, our graphics crew is actually working a lot on this. Obviously, it's a campus with several aspects being developed and improved, so we want to make sure that the wayfinding is key. The front entrance is going to be kind of buried into the site, so we want to make sure we get there okay and understand how people get there as a private, like a parent or as a student, as well as during school and after hours, where's parking for the stadium, where's parking for buses, and all of that will be signed, and we're starting to develop technical drawings for that. The different variations of signage options that we're working with decision makers on, and just again, there's directional signage and then large monument signage, and these are pretty common on school design as well as any kind of facility that has multiple options for parking or large campus wayfinding. We're also starting to work with, our graphics team is starting to work with exactly what do we want this sort of main signage to be, sort of the building branding side of it. And it seems like they're kind of landing on option 2. I don't think it's been perfectly landed yet, but I think that they're favoring option 2 with regard to that main Helena High School. Very simple. As soon as we start to introduce graphics like this, there's probably going to be either a high expense for longevity of something like that, or there's going to be if we want to get it on a little bit of a cheaper, more of an applied graphic, it's probably not going to last as long, and there's risk to that, given that it's not inside and it's going to be susceptible to weather and whatnot. Same thing here. I think that they're kind of ruling out option 3 is what we've heard. Then the options 1 and 2 is we see those to be more for PAL. They're going to be more of a permanent metal or acrylic profiled installation, so they'll be a lot more defensible to weather and whatnot. This one is a little more of a graphic installation mixed with raised letters. Some of the inside of the building, again, a lot of signage and experience, a lot of that branding coming out. And this is sort of that tail end of the project. We're looking at, sort of that pride installation with regard to school pride, mascot pride, ownership of spaces, and some wayfinding. Like some of that lower commons, upper wall area, we want to make sure, do we want to kind of go with a school spirit aspect, or do we want to go Montana tribal? There's a lot of options that we can do there, and that doesn't exclude one or the other. It's just as where else in the building would some of these things go, and the prioritization of that. Last time we had a discussion around the restrooms. There's really just going to be signage around these areas. No real other update otherwise. And then we do have a map of where some of these things are in the building. And this is, again, these are what our contract documents look like, so we can understand where we're proposing some of these things. And as Tim mentioned, they're mobilizing soon, really soon, and starting fencing tomorrow. And it's going to be really exciting to go to the groundbreaking next week from today, and really see a lot of this ceremonially start to happen. And there's some more detail in that schedule, but that's what I have. Any questions? So you feel like the more we get done, the less the presentation is, I guess.
We have any questions or comments? Okay. As always, thank you very, very much. It is fun to see all of the projects progress forward. So
Absolutely.
appreciate
yeah.
it. Thank you for coming over.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, we can do. Just recognizing the amount of work and engagement that's gone into these projects. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move into the consent action items. And do we have a motion?
Chair Walsh,
Mm-hmm.
I move that we approve the action items as presented.
Thank you, Trustee Satry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Hathorn. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we happen to have any public comment on this matter? Okay. Do we have any board comments? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Are we at 8-0 or 7-0? We're at 8? Okay, awesome. So motion passes 8-0. All right. So what I would like to do at this time as we move into the items for action, I think we just need to take like 5 minutes. If we can have 5 minutes to up and stretch and really adhere to that timing, that would be super great. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll start our break and then we will be right back.
That's a great call. Thank you.
and find a seat or stand. It doesn't matter to me, but we're ready to get rolling again.
Do we, hey, look at your trustees or Johnny on it. She is definitely
I do
done.
have it. I do have it.
She might be wheeling that. Good work.
All right. Well, thank you guys for your patience. We're ready to move into our items for action now. And because of the switch that we made for the agenda items, we're actually going to start with the approval of the Health Benefit Committee's recommendation for the plan year 26-27 premium rates.
Hi.
Here we go.
How are you
Hi,
guys?
thank you.
Seems like it wasn't that long ago. So, so we'll go ahead and just skip to the next slide. This is kind of
Not yet.
for some that for some of you that maybe were around on the work session. I just have a couple of the quick slides again, just to show you what the premium increases were looking like. As you can see, with the blended trend of medical and RX at 9.6, it's at 18.1%. 9% was a 7.2, and 8% was a 15.6. We'll go ahead and go to the next one. So then, assuming the dental and vision trends at 3 and 1%, with our current enrollment and rates, we're actually in a really good spot there, so we don't have to do anything. So we could actually use about a 1% claims margin, so reducing to possibly 14.6 as far as the increase goes for medical and pharmacy. Go ahead, next one. So just a quick summary. Thursday, May 28th, Health Benefit Committee voted to increase premiums by 15.5%. Motion passed 6-4. The other four like the 15% increase better. Overall, the committee is confident this will help sustain the plan for the upcoming year without putting any burden on next year's potential premium increases. Joining the British Alliance Trust did save the district 8 to 9% premium costs due to savings with their stop loss. Obviously, without that, we would have been looking in the 23-24% range. So that was actually a good benefit. We had a Q&A via Teams and in person today at 3:45. We had a few people online and a few people in person. That seemed to go okay. Other than that, I did give you guys a few pieces of paper. I just wanted to kind of give you guys a quick snapshot of what the committee had to look at as far as data and trends. So the first one, you can see all the graph. If you were to flip it over to the back side, this kind of just gives you a quick breakout of what goes into these factors, the projected trends, primary care, shortage of primary care physicians, AI, GLP-1 drugs. It is definitely a big market driver right now and a big cost. The next page, you'll see it says large claimants. So this definitely has an impact on all of your claims that come through the district. And on the back side, the most recent 12 months, you will see it has 45 total members with about 48% of gross plan spend. So obviously we have a pretty healthy group overall. It's the 45 that really drive that cost. And then the previous 12 months, we had only 42. So unfortunately, we had a few more claims come through that cost us a little bit more money. So these were a lot of the factors that went into the committee's decision that we had talked about in the last board work session. So yeah, any questions?
Yes, Trustee Hathorn.
I'm not sure if this is the right time, and I can delay for later, but we've gotten a lot of emails on this. And one of the things that's been suggested is that the district pick up this extra amount. So I'm just curious, that 15.5% increase, if the district were to pick that up, what would that total amount be?
We could calculate that out. As far as like going to in option 1, is that what you're referring to? Like if you were to do the single premium like we normally used to do, I guess. I could tell you from quick math here, you'd be looking at around $159 per employee per month is what it would come out to. So over the course of 12 months, it'd be about $1,900 per employee, a full timer. Yep.
And how much contribution was that coming from the district with those calculations?
So this
us
is based
absorbing
off
the
of
entire-
zero. So that 15.5% recommendation is based off of zero benefit dollar increases from the district.
Okay. Right.
How many employees are there?
We have, right now, I think it was 800. I sent this email to Ms. Satry, but we have 882 employees that are eligible for insurance as of right now, today, 6/9. 100 of them have waived medical. A lot of them are mostly because they're part-time employees. We have 782 employees on the medical insurance through the district. We do have 62 retirees as well. So that there's some numbers for you guys.
Rich, is that included, that 800 with the retirement or retirees? That's it in addition to?
No, the 882 is employees that are eligible. It's just the employees, active employees.
Yeah.
So retirees, we have 62.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
So we're looking
Thank
at
you.
like 1.7 million,
Yeah, if we were to,
100 times 882.
And you're saying that would be if the district pulled up the entirety,
Right.
like the
Is it-
full 15.5%, is that correct? So Rex, I didn't know if you wanted to speak to some of the question from Trustee Hathorn.
Yeah, what I do want to happen is that I want you to ask your questions. I want you to be well informed. I want you to go where you need to go. And then I have an idea as well that I'd like to propose, but I'm not going to do that yet until you have some time to get through this and ask the very questions that you're asking. And then I'll have a suggestion and a recommendation as we move forward. Okay? And I could have done this early. I could have said that what I want to do and kind of a game plan moving forward, but I really do believe that you need to be able to ask and have an informed decision so that we can decide our next steps. So I'm going to leave it at that. And you know, if for Rich or any one of my admin ever stand to the podium and we ask a question and we don't know that answer, which happens, then give them the grace to go figure it out, and then we'll come back to you. So they may not have that full answer today, but they will get you the right answer. I'd rather them figure it out and then bring it back to you to be correct than kind of an estimate of maybe closeness, and that doesn't work for us. So give us, if there's something we don't know, Rich, if you don't get it, and I won't either, we'll get it back and we'll come back to you with the right answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Yes, Trustee Cordingley.
So if we were, as a district, to absorb, we'll just use that $1.7 million figure as approximate, where would it come from? So this may be a question for Rex.
That's a question for
it's really Rich's
Miss
question.
Sam. No, for Mr. Welts and Mrs. Holman.
There's not a lot of pockets of money. Just, you know, let's face it, right? Public education across the state and across the Northwest is really struggling right now with their budgets. You know, we would have to really think hard about what we would give up to find that kind of money. And so we have resources. It's general. Is it a general fund? Can it be out of some of our interlocal? But remember, without the technology part of that, then you know we're not thinking $50,000. We're talking millions. And so that's a significant draw from any one of our accounts in which we've been at legislation. We've been in front of the taxpayers. We're saying that this is really difficult to find that sort of money. So I think that as we move forward, we'll have a clear picture of strategy. I won't go on record and say where it's going to come from right now, if that's the direction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, I think Trustee Myers, and then we'll do Trustee Satry.
So Rich, could you send to us maybe an email or through Rex?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see the cutoffs of the number of employees that are single, that are just taking the insurance individually. And then the percentage of like employee with spouse, employee with one child, employee with family.
So just the breakdown of
yeah,
each-
so we can
each
see the
category.
percentage of our employees that are enrolled in the insurance program at this time.
We have that in the document.
Okay, Trustee Satry.
So Rich, this is a question for you, I think. I'll give you a minute.
Oh, for me. Oh, sorry. I'm just
No,
taking
no,
the
no
note
worries.
directive down here.
No worries. I'm just thinking the handout that you gave us about the healthcare cost trends, and I think we all know that, you know, that these are not just happening to our district, these are happening across the whole nation. So I'm looking for a little bit more context, and I also know that to look at different health benefits in, let's just say among the double A's, that there's a lot of, it's not all apples to apples. It's
Correct.
kind of difficult to compare them, but actually that's what I'm going to ask for. Can you give us at least some way of thinking about our plan and our benefit contribution from the,
Right,
from the
yeah.
district relative to our other double A districts?
Right, yeah. So I'm kind of going to reuse some of the verbiage I used in that Q&A session. So, you know, I was asked by an employee, a couple employees, you know, where you see like a Billings school district or something right now, that it's a lower percentage of increase. And what my response is, and for everyone here, is the committee's done a really good job staying ahead of the curve for a long, long time. So where they're seeing savings in admin costs, we already have low admin costs, so we're not going to see the savings. Where they're seeing the contracts with their local hospital being really reduced, we already have that. We did that in 2020, and it kept it really good. So that's why we're not seeing those exact deep discounts that some of these other double A's are starting to see. We're ahead of the game in that piece. With that said, there are other districts, double A's, that as a single employee, they're paying $400 a month or so for them to just have themselves on the insurance with similar option 1, option 2 benefits. So it's like you said, it's not all apples to apples, oranges to oranges, but that's the general gist of it is we've always had really good insurance. As Miss Jackie Gomez said from British Alliance earlier in the Q&A, is our option 1 is a benefit-rich program. It's, you know, an 87% actuarial value. That's pretty close to a platinum. You're not going to find that very, very much anywhere. So with that said, I did mention to some members that were asking questions in that Q&A that there are things that we could do as far as, you know, trying to lessen the burden of maybe a deductible by switching plan design a little bit to like a co-insurance type. However, we didn't have the time to do that this year because we had so many meetings about the trust and where we were going with it and so forth. So fortunately, the committee was involved with all that aspect of things to not be able to dive into some of these other topics.
So then I'm curious, understanding again, not apples to apples per se,
Right.
but when we're talking about percentages and we're
Mhm.
seeing a possibility of 15.5, but then we're seeing other places with 3 or none or whatever. But I'm curious then with the actual premium cost comparison between the districts, is there any way that you could speak to that?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of hard, like, once again, as Ms. Satry said, because you have to compare plan designs. And our plan design is like our option 1, you know, just for people that aren't familiar with actuarial value, is if it's an 87%, that means that the district's liability is going to be 87 compared to the employee's 13% over the course of a year. That's a pretty steep number. Hence why the board asked us as the committee to look at trying to create a cheaper plan like more of a silver type plan in the marketplace, which we did, and we got rid of the enhanced benefit with St. Peter's. That was about a 6% AV value, and that's one of the things that I feel like was really hard for employees this year, is because when that was taken away, they basically couldn't go to their doctor for a $10 copay anymore, right? And things like that. But if we hadn't taken it away, then instead of $880 for an individual, it would have been $1,032, which is like within $32 of option one. So it's a very finicky line to try and do it, and that's why there's so many different ways to maneuver cost affordability and shifting the cost with employees. There's a lot of different ways to try and go about that. Like I said, unfortunately this year, with our time being involved with all the meetings for the trust, the committee didn't have a chance to maneuver that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Martin-Butcher.
Thank you. I noticed in your presentation, you mentioned that overall the committee feels like this won't put burden on next year's potential premium increase.
Right.
Could you speak to the longevity?
Yeah.
Why? Because from what I've seen, it looks like we don't have a choice in terms of we're going to have an increase of some kind to keep the plan solvent. We have more of a choice of how much of it we cover.
That's a very great question, actually. So I did send, I don't know if Kay was able to send that out to you guys, but I looked back to 2021, 2020, and 2021. And what I did was the recommendations that me and the consultants came up with, and then what ended up being approved as far as the increase or decrease, and then the benefit dollars that were awarded from, negotiations, et cetera. So in 2020 and 2021, it was a 1% increase recommendation, and then that's what the committee and board ended up voting. And we saw a 5% benefit dollar increase. So that was a really good positive year for the employees. 21, 22 was really hard. We saw an 18% increase. We had a lot of high cost claimants hit stop loss, and we just kind of took a bad year. The committee decided to only do 7%. The benefit dollar increase was 2.8%. Now, the reason why I wanted to bring that up is that 11% doesn't go away. So they took the 11%, and that gets into next year. Now you're just hoping that this upcoming year, your plan runs really well, so that 11% either goes down a couple percent, or the inflation doesn't make it go up to 15, right? Hence, the following year was 20.5% is what the recommended increase. And then we, as a committee, ended up doing a 15% with the board's approval. That year was already negotiating that the district would match the single premium for the individual. So when we did the 15%, the district picked up the 15% in benefit dollars. So that was, and then it kind of gets a little bit, we get to 12.8 and it's 13%. That year at 13%, we saw our employees got nothing in benefit dollars. So that was tough. And then the following year, we had to do planned adjustments and design changes. We started realizing that our single employees on the plan were picking up more cost share than the employees with kids, employees with family. Our ratios were off, so we got those fixed. So out of that, it ended up, instead of a 27%, it ended up being 16% increase. And then we saw a 6.4% increase in benefit dollars. Last year, after some more plan tweaking, it was recommended 0%. The committee ended up doing a negative 1.6%, which was a huge relief, I'm sure, for the employees. But like I said, it did come at the expense of removing the enhanced benefit from option 2. But they did see a 3.6% benefit dollar increase. So that was a little better this year. I don't know, from what I was told is it was already negotiated as from previous year that there is a no benefit dollar increase. However, I was told that was asked to be brought back to the table for you guys. With that said, the 15.5% recommendation that the committee has brought to you guys does include the stop loss savings. It does not include some of the other things that we cannot be credible and actuarial sound with, and that's called like the multiples of Medicare contracts. You know, like I've talked to a few of my constituents that I work with, and it does sound like Bridge will get decent contracts with St. Pete's, but it still is not going to beat what we have. So that piece right there, considering that most of our claim spend from our district, like 88, 87%, 88% goes to St. Pete's. So if that's not going to make that big of a target, it's hard to say, okay, that next 12%, how much is that going to really save us? I did a guesstimate, you know, just kind of trying to work stuff out, about $93,000 potential savings. Hence why I did bring this up to the committee, and I said, you know, I would feel okay with 14%, but I wouldn't suggest going lower than that. They asked my opinion, that's what it was. But the low end was 14.6, high end was 16.6 or 16.5, and then they ended up doing the 15.5. So a lot of information, I know, but that, you know, the last 3 years, if you calculate it up, you know, the 13, the 16%, and the negative 1.6, it's a 27.4% overall. And the benefit dollars they saw, the employees saw, was 10% increase. So they've had to absorb the 17.4, and that does not include the employees that have had to see a little bit more cost share incurred because of our ratio differentials.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Well, just some perspective. Healthcare is just a really tough issue.
It is.
It's a nationwide problem. You know, we as a country, I don't believe, take great care of our people. And one of the toughest things about it is that, you know, those of our employees that are on lower salaries are more greatly affected. It's kind of regressive in nature. Not that we can control that. And that's another hard thing. And, you know, the other reality is that our community decided not to pass our 2 general fund levies as we look for adding costs and we look for, you know, adding programs. You know, that's something that our community did not think that they needed to, for whatever reason, you know, and I have empathy. There was some, you know, obviously some big building bonds and that whatnot, but when we get money from the state, 3% increase, they give us, if that's $100, they give us 80. And those levies are what we are expecting to run our school at the adequate level. So we're short money right now. And I find it kind of ironic that this cost is, you know, 1.5, 1.7 million. I know Jennifer was there for sure, about 6 years ago, our board did not accept the recommendation of the superintendent to have the employees absorb that cost. And our district went into a 6-year drought of huge dip that we have just dug ourselves out of. So it's too bad we can't go with right or wrong particularly, but we really have to look at the reality of the situation and know that I've checked with some other people that work in different industries. They're all up against the same thing, even ones that you would think would be more wealthy and would cover the cost of their employee. Those costs are passed on as well. That doesn't make it right, but that is the system that we're looking at. So
I think it's a combination of things, right? When we're speaking to any of the percentage increases are not ideal, but again, it always comes down to the money. Unfortunately, in our health and how we take care of each other and well-being should always be number one, but we also have to afford to do it. So I think Trustee Armstrong had some comments.
Yeah, I'll just tag on to that. one thing is I want to thank the committee, and reading some of these letters, I feel like the work of the committee is not actually really that well known by the community. This is a group, I think there's 7 teachers on there. I mean, it's a good cross section of all our stakeholders, and they meet all throughout the year, and they have literally done hundreds of hours of work. I mean, what they have lifted, trying to figure out the trust, whether or not it's a good fit. And Rich was talking about how we can't see these cost savings because we've already done a bunch of this stuff. I mean, every year we get briefed on what they do, and and that's why it's really hard. They've done an outstanding job, and we are in a nation of for-profit healthcare, and the state law is we get a maximum of 3%. As your budget chair, the only expense I'm looking at that will be under 3% next year is the salaries for our staff, because it's the only thing we can control. We can't control the utilities. We can't control property and liability. We didn't pass our tech levy. Healthcare is 15.5. I mean, it's not good, but I do have hope because I think there's a good way forward. We deal with the money the state gives us. There is a proposal for the next legislative session. It's called CAMPS, and we would be looking at almost over 3 times what we got with STARS, and it would be tied in part to quality educator funding. I think if we took some of that and we went up to the state, everyone that's affected by it, and you share your stories, because I think your stories are very powerful when you break it down, the impact it has at your dining room table. And we get our voices heard as a whole team, right? We get more money from the state, then we can do more for our people. And we really like that, but we can only deal with what we get. I do think there's good hope for that, because I think the state is, after a couple years of educating, is really waking up to the fact that we're apparently like $600 million behind in funding for K through 12 education in Montana. And we can, I think if enough people are informed, I think we can make an impact. We can change that. We do not like having to come to you every year for an operational levy, but that is a state law that's been set up between your base and your max. We're required to come to you. We don't like being able to give you 2.5 and then turn around and talk about your health insurance costs, because we know it's a burden. I mean, we shop at the same grocery stores, we pay the same gas prices. We'd like to do more. But together, I think if we advocate the state level before the state legislature and you tell your powerful stories, we can make a difference. We could pass this legislation, and we could not have to come to this every year, everyone upset, everyone just not being able to take care of people we want to take care of. So that would be my hope. It's not an immediate thing. I know the board cares. We'll look to see what we can do, but as Trustee Hathorn said, we did not pass the tech levy. We did not pass the operational levies. We'll be under 3% increase. And you don't hear like the boring stuff, how our facilities people have gone and changed out every paper towel holder all across the district because we had a vendor and they went away, and we have Staples now, and the just exorbitant cost. So they figured out we can replace all the paper towel holders, since, we are looking at every nook and cranny to try and do it. And our people are important, because through our staff, that's how we accomplish the mission. We want to accomplish it better. But I really hope that we can all pull together and take these voices to the people that actually determine the funding. And if we do that, and I think we can. We had in ways with STARS. I never thought it was enough, but we'll come back around, and I hope you'll add your voices to that. And I wish we could fix this for you, but we'll certainly do all that we can do in light of all the constraints we have. That's it.
Perhaps, Board Chair, that if there's no other questions for Rich, you determine that, then You have to sit up there and listen to that.
Can I just?
I
know the spotlight, right? But can I ask, because this has been also some suggestions that we've heard, across the board though, as far as premiums and all of that goes, we can't do that on a sliding scale based on salary. Is that correct?
No, so we talked about this years and years ago about where a lot of places do, where they allocate your benefit dollars based on if you're just going employee only, you get more if you're doing your family, just to help with that whole cost share thing. But that would have to go through union negotiations to get approved to be able to do that kind of thing. So that's obviously out of my hands for sure, the committees as well. So with that said, I do want to leave you with a couple more tidbits that I just wanted to remind the committee, so I would like for you guys to hear. In 2026, the marketplace, healthcare marketplace, saw a 21.7% increase. So keep that in mind. So that was a big jump. Current projections for next year marketplace is between 9 and 22% is what they already have, and we're not even close to the end of this year. So, and then the last two pieces is, one, a lot of employers are shifting cost to employees by, increasing deductibles, increasing max out of pockets. And that is something that the committee, we talked about last year that we would like to adjust and make it more feasible and for our employees. We don't want to see them have to hit these high deductibles because they don't want to go to St. Pete's, right? So, or whatnot. So that, like I said, unfortunately, we didn't have the time this year to work on that. I know that they'll work on it next year. And then the other thing is, these are a really good group of people, and Trustee Armstrong is not wrong. You're represented well by each category of employees, and this affects them. It affects their pocketbooks. It affects their home life. So if they're having to make that tough of a choice, just know that they're doing it in the best interest of the district's plan. So, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
And I do want to see too, just the school funding information that's available on the website. If you go under the Board of Trustees link, and then it is Citizens Guide to Helena. Is there, I don't know if we have an updated version we could put on there, but at least it's the 23-24, and it breaks down school funding generally speaking. So as we're talking about bonds separate from levies, separate from general funds and buckets and all of that kind of stuff, it might be a resource for folks to go to kind of even make sense of what we're speaking to.
Yeah, kind of on that same tangent, but not where we're at, but it's all talking money right now. Montana School Board Association, Lance, sent out a really nice document, and I'll have that uploaded. And it really talks about federal, state, local percentages and how much the monies are coming in from that piece. So we'll get that uploaded. I got that yesterday, day before. And then once we build our budget, pull that together through the August, and then that newer Citizen Guide to Budgeting will be there as well. And there's a couple suggestions. We'll make that a little better, some recommendations to change up on it. But it does give you an overview of how school funding works, if there's such a thing, right? It's pretty complicated.
Not true.
But we tried to make it refrigerator legible.
Yeah, I think that'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Have any other board comments or questions? Okay.
Superintendent? All right. The healthcare is hard. I mean, it's difficult, and we have people in the crowd right now that will feel this impactful decision heavily, and I understand that. We also have in this crowd people that made the decision to do this, right? So it's really difficult on school culture. It's difficult on your climate. Understanding that this is not an easy decision. I have a way forward. I think that we're fixated on the problem, and I want to back us up and see if there's a solution. right? We've been thinking about the number and what that's going to do. But as you heard Mr. Franco just mention 4 times, didn't have time to do it because we had X to do. There were things that were in the way that we couldn't quite get there. We needed more time. I'm proposing that we get more time. And so I'll have a proposal on how we do that, but let me step you through a phase process. To get to that point, it's no secret that I talk to the double A's every week. Every Friday we get in and we talk about our woes and successes. There have been many times where I was proud to announce that Helena Public Schools self-funded plan is not seeing the same increases that you see across the state. The reason why the double A's were really excited about House Bill 332 is that some of them were in desperate need for help. Myself and 2 other districts are like, yeah, we're okay. I think we can do okay. We can sustain. We have good programs. We have a good plan. But we see the vision down the road that healthcare, no matter where you're at, is going to be a difficult proposition to sustain. 2 years ago, there's a district down south that reported that they had a 17% increase. This year, they got a 0. Why is that? Well, Rich talked a little bit about some of those GLP-1s, your pharmaceutical, your usage. There's a lot going on, but what is most important to remember is that our self-funded plan ran by us protects the people and serves the people in this community, in this district community. So we have individuals that are sick. I think I heard 45. I know there's maybe 48 individuals with high claims. Not their fault. But our responsibility is to support them. And then when it's our turn, they support us. So this is a plan that's going to help all of us and is designed that way. We can't control how many high claims we have. But by golly, we're going to help them when they are in need. That's what happens to a plan. That's why you see districts that have high percentage rates go up, is because they have to use it. So, and that decision, as I just said, as Rich just said, is made by the peers in which they are affecting their own selves with their decisions that they made. Not their fault either. They're trying to make this thing work. We're trying to solve a social issue. And we've been good at it for a long time. But as we saw, and that's why I supported House Bill 332, I wanted to open that door. I wanted to see the possibilities, what else we can do, because down the road, we can't keep doing this by ourselves. Well, we could, if you want to keep passing on expenditures. And then our employees would say, we can't afford it, so you do it. And I'm telling you, we don't have it either because of the funding mechanism that Janet just talked about. So we're at crossroads. But I would step back. Okay, that's something that we're not going to solve tonight. But I would step back and take a better picture at this and take another leap. I heard that we don't have time. We're also joining a partnership with Bridged. I had conversation with Bridge, and they would like, if at all possible, another chance to be a partner with our consultants, Helena Public Schools, to take another look. Since we're in healthcare, and my family's dealt with it, and you know it, a sister with cancer, first thing I asked the doctor, what would you do? And he said, I'd get a second opinion. I get a third opinion, is actually what he said. Get 3. Give us more time to figure out and see if there's another avenue for us to explore. If we don't find it, if it's not there, no harm, no foul. We come back with the same number. But give us a little time to bring more people into the fold so that we can figure out if we are on the right path. I'm asking for a second, maybe a third opinion. Bridge would like a seat at the table. They're going to be partners with us. We have a consultant that they will work with. Rich is brilliant. Let's see if we can't see if there's another. I want to stop thinking about the 15. We know it's there. Shelve it. Is there something else? So that's the proposition that I have before you. And I don't stop there. Let's go and see if there's a little bit more juice to squeeze out of that thing. Right? Is there something that we can do to help our employees to decrease that percentage? 15. If it's 14, it's a win. All right, if that's where we're at, it's not going to be worse. And then the second phase of this attack, if you will, if we're going to try to solve the problem and not glorify the problem, is there something the district can do to help out, to offset this, to get us to negotiations in the following year? Is there a way that we can move forward to offset the sting of a 15% increase? Can we reduce it with better examination, more thorough conversations, a little more time, and then let my team look and see if there's a way that we can offset some of that cost? So if we go from 15 and I can get it somewhere, I won't say single digits because that'd be really great, but if we can get it somewhere lower than we're at now, just because I'm asking for another month, that is my recommendation. I'm asking that you tonight table this decision. I'm not saying deny it. Don't throw a nay at it. Table it. A nay means that you don't believe in the numbers. Tabling to me signals that you trust the system, that you want more information, and then that motion, if you table it tonight, that gives me a month. I have to bring it back by the committee. I'd ask Rich and the committee to come back together with partners. I'll need a recommendation July 9th, which is a Friday, because the board packet has to be sent out Friday night for our Tuesday board meeting in July. The drop dead deadline is July. Can't go any longer than that, because then we got enrollment in September and October, or August and September, and we've got to go live in October 1. That's really late. I'll tell you, the consequence of this ends up being that our staff has often said, that's way too late for us to make decisions. It's hard for our families to understand what it looks like when you wait that long. My suggestion is that we could make it tonight and not have an understanding of it. Could it be better? I would think that our employee group would say, take a little bit more time, see if you can make this a little less impactful, a little less of a sting. We'll wait. We'll give up a little time so we can see if we can do something a little different. I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to find the magic number, but I do want to bring more people in to have that conversation. So my recommendation to you is tonight is table the decision until July and give me some time.
So then, if that were the motion and the approval, who is it going to go back to?
The committee, but okay. I will help.
Okay.
Yeah, the committee member right here. So it'll be obviously Rich, and I was going to recognize him a little later tonight, but his time is short, so I want to use his expertise as long as possible, and then we'll just work through the system. But I will tell you that if at all, I'll take it. I mean, I'm not on the committee per se, but I certainly will help organize and making sure that we get the right people around the table. The committee members, in all due respect, this is not an indication that I don't think they did their job.
Oh, yeah,
it's really important to note that they have worked extremely hard getting us to the decision to get to Bridge. Rich is right. We did a lot of work trying to get into the health HB 332 Bridge. Mm-hmm. I think that now we recognize that you have had a lot. Are there other variables in which we don't know that would be impactful or helpful for us to make a recommendation, for them to make a recommendation? It's not my recommendation. It'll be our peers that will come to before the board in July.
Okay, so it would still come from the committee.
Absolutely.
With a new recommendation. Okay, and then the other responsibility of the committee is to look at percentages and what an increase may look like, not determine where the funding comes from.
Yeah, I think it's important for us to understand what a percentage that Trustee Satry and I have talked a little bit about. 8% is going to be X amount of money. So what does that look like? We'll get those numbers for you. Sam and I and probably Trustee Satry will have those numbers ready. Okay. But part of that is operational, right? That's in the weeds, and we'll have all that figured out, and then we'll present it later. So let us do that work around looking at solutions to the problem and not thinking about that it is the problem.
Yeah, I like that. You do have to have that balance, but when we have employees and staff, it's affecting me now.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel
okay. Yeah. Do we have then any other? Yes, Trustee Hathorn.
I just want to make sure. So because our budget is like July to July, and so you haven't you're working on it, but is that an appropriate time frame that you would have, or?
No, it's not. It's a terrible timing. But everybody always says you make it work. Of course you do, because by state law you have to have a balanced budget, right? So it's like, well, you make it work. There's no other option. We'll make it work. This is the only real variable that we don't have forecasted. Like, we kind of know where we're at. This percentage of whatever it is, if at all we can, it's not 15, but is there something there that we can do? I have some strategies that I think I want to play out, and I want to see where we're at with it. But I'm not comfortable with going with where they're at right now, and that's not indicative to, I think, the work that the committee did. I hope that it comes across as that I want to do it further. I want to go a little deeper and find out. And by golly, if it comes back at 15% or 15.5%, at least we know. All right, at least we know. I want to do a little bit more investigation.
Yeah, well, we have not been in the trust very long. I mean, this year was about determining if the trust was the right fit, and we barely just voted to join it. So we haven't had the time. I appreciate you guys stepping up. I mean, I have concerns because we do have 3%. We do have projected costs of well above 3% for a lot of our variables. We do have the Strait of Hormuz closed, and I am very concerned about the inflation that's going to come with that. But at the same time, gosh darn it, if we can do something, let's see what we can do.
That's where I'm at, Trustee.
Yes, please.
Okay, I love phase A of the plan, the first part.
What was
The
that-
looking at
what was that plan?
Your phase A is looking at
Yeah.
decreasing.
Yeah.
For phase B, how confident are we? I mean, being on budget, I know that going into next year, we're going to be able to have some contributions to the interlocal. I feel fairly confident we could do some portion of a contribution one time. What I'm concerned about is, as we're considering adding a program, can we continue to do this for our employees long term?
Yeah.
I know that's a really hard question to answer.
Yeah, and I'm old enough not to answer it.
Okay. Are you fairly confident we can do something this year, though?
I'm going to dispel something real quick. Adding a program that's going to come later has no bearing on what we're doing today. All right, that could be a $50,000 bill, and that's not worried me, and that's in our budget, and we understand it. This is not even part of what I'm thinking about for our budget. This is going to have to be something creative. And so for that reason, I don't know where that's going to come from. That I am confident that we'll be able to do something. I don't know what that looks like. More importantly, I think you got to step back again and say, it's not how much money we have available, it's what we can do with the money that makes it the most impactful. So I got to stop thinking about how much money we can throw at the problem. We got to work the problem. Work the problem. What angles can we do? What can we have at our ability to manage that the money that we do have is going to be most impactful? And that's where I have some thoughts. So I'm not going to answer that question where the money's coming from or how much. I need to see the problem.
Okay. I like it. All right. If we do not have any further questions, I think we'll go ahead and move into a motion.
Public comment?
Well,
okay, got it. I thought we jumped over that one.
I move that.
Trustee, go ahead.
Sorry. Chair Walsh, I move that we table the approval of the Health Benefits Committee, although fully respected, recommendation for the plan year 2026-27.
Okay, so to be clear, I have a motion for tabling, not for approval. Okay, do I have?
Second.
Could I ask that you clarify the timeline on that? I would like to have a July timeline on that.
Is there a date in July?
No later than July 9th, 2026.
Okay. I'm adding in with the timeline, no later than July 9th, 2026.
I will accept your addendum. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. So do we have public comment on this action item? Okay, so then just as a reminder, as you come up, please state your name and spell it. Let us know the relationship to the district, and we are going to enact our 3-minute timer.
Okay, Aaliyah Brown, ALIA. Brown. I am a paraeducator at Broadwater. And with all due respect, I don't feel as a paraeducator that we are in this together. $200 to our budget, or $160, depending on which option you take, affects us radically differently than many other pay scales in this district. I have all respect for my fellow teachers, and I want to see the same consideration for their budgets as well. But when you are obfuscating our reality with the numbers that we throw around out here, you're missing the fact that it is not my responsibility to find the money or to be okay with paying less. Many of us are on the edge of poverty and will be put further in that direction with an increase as has been proposed. We feel like you pay us like high school students, but you're evaluating us like teachers. For anybody who saw the evaluation rubric that came out last year, slightly modified this year to be a little better. We watch you, maybe not you personally, I actually don't know how it works, but we watch the district argue over whether I get an extra 30 cents an hour. And in that hour, I ran one of 7 win groups, which is the only way that I see our district learning to differentiate education across different levels of learning. In that hour, I might also have had a chair thrown at my face, and it is absolutely disrespectful to sit here and talk as if we're going to placate that reality away. And I know that's not necessarily your intention, but that is how these conversations trickle down. These are the conversations that are happening on the school level. We are losing incentive to stick to this job. We have many of us who are already considering other jobs. We are looking for other jobs, and some of us are so close to retirement that they are stuck in this job until they do, and they will not be able to make some of their basic necessities happen next year. After reading this email, we had paras crying in our break room over it. And I don't think that's acceptable, and I don't think it's our job to solve that. And I appreciate any efforts you guys make to solve that. But I don't want the comfort of numbers to get in the way of the reality that we're facing down on our level. Many of us love this job and we want to stay in this job, but this premium increase will gut every single raise I have gotten since starting this job. And I have never heard of people going backwards in salary over time. So to me, this is starting to look like a dead-end job that I wanted to work as long as some of my coworkers who have been there 20 years, because I actually like it that much. It hasn't been professionalized. It's not treated like a profession. And we feel that extra when these decisions come to play. My career change chance is now. For others, it's not. And I think that if we're not doing everything we can to fix this, especially for those of us who are closer to not being able to meet our needs with these changes, then we're failing. I have every faith that we can. I'm grateful to hear we're tabling. Tabling sounds great. I've also heard that there has been a petition to reopen contract negotiations this summer, something like that. I think we should go forward with that. And I think the bare minimum is to cover the premium increase. $200 is not something extra we just have in our budgets. And if you want paras, that's the change that's going to have to happen, or you're going to be faced with turnover that will affect the education of all the students. I feel like the goal of administration is to support the teachers and staff so that we can do the best we can to support the students. But without taking into consideration how severe our monetary issues are, we're not going to feel supported. And so the talk in the district, every conversation I've been of is angry. We're all very angry, and we don't feel like we're in this together. We don't feel like our salaries are respected enough to make this happen. This isn't a burden that we are willing to bear. We feel like that's not something that we are called to do. So I hope you'll consider that. If you're going into negotiations in the future, there are some other things that you can put on the agenda that will help. Covering our premium increases, one,
giving us 45 minutes of lunch, 15 minutes of that.
Less than a minute left, okay?
45 minutes of lunch, 15 minutes of that paid. So that way the school can figure out where that 15 minutes comes from, but your budget is the same, and we get a little extra time. And an increasement in allotted sick time. This job makes us sick. Half the time we're calling out because of this work. And in addition to just your normal body problems, we have to accommodate that with a normal amount of sick leave. We need more. And then, assuming we can get more money in the district, our raises eventually need to keep up with inflation because we're falling behind. And soon we're going to be left behind, and we're either going to jump ship or you're going to have paras living in poverty, which I think is shameful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Thompson, Lisa-Thompson. I'm also a paraeducator at Broadwater. I want to share with you an email I sent to Jane Sean a couple of days ago. Defeated, deflated, demoralized. These are just a few words to describe how I'm feeling after reading the email about the proposed $200 increase in our insurance premiums. For paras, that's equivalent to roughly one less paycheck per year. I watched a beloved member of the Broadwater family break down in tears as the reality of what that would mean for her family sank in. How do we justify continuing to work in this job that we love and value so much? Obviously, we aren't in this for the money. We do this important work because, we truly care about kids and know we are making a difference. Paras are teachers, counselors, nurses, conflict managers, confidants, sometimes the only trusted adult in a child's life. We have very much expected of us, as Aaliyah pointed out with the evaluation rubric. And we are expected to have at least 2 years of college education. And in fact, many paras, like myself, do have college degrees. And yet it's astonishing that a para starting out in the Helena School District makes a wage comparable to a teenager starting their first job. I spend my day teaching groups. I have math groups, reading groups, writing groups. I have taken on Eureka Math, and I feel confident teaching that curriculum to 3rd through 5th grade students. I feel like we are, like you said, we are not valued as far as the pay scale goes. We do get pats on the head from administration and trite praise. Paras are the heart of the school, they say. Our schools can't function without our wonderful paras. But as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. This proposed pay cut tells us exactly how much we people at the bottom of the pay grade are valued. We are seen as replaceable. I'm a big believer in unions and always have been, but our union dues, in addition to this insurance increase, will take a significant bite out of our earnings next year and will undoubtedly cause stress, frustration, and a financial burden on our families. Can the district really not do better for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Hi, my name is Sarah Urban, that's spelled U-R-B-A-N, and I'm a teacher at Capitol High, and I have 2 kids in the district and one who just graduated a year ago. I just want to say that I think Superintendent Waltz was in my head because I see this as kind of a two-issue problem. And the first one is, like we said, it's a state, it's a national problem. We all know that. I'm here to share my story, just like you advocated. I'll also be at the state with the interim committee next week sharing my story too, because I think it's completely unacceptable that it's not just paras, and I hate how they referred to themselves at the bottom, because I think they're right, that's how they're viewed a lot of times in situations, and I'm so happy they're here to share their story, because I feel like teachers, we get to share ours more often. And I know it's a complex problem. I know every sector is dealing with it, but I really appreciate the idea of going back and looking, because I'm not sure we've turned over every stone to make this better. I was at the question and answer session earlier, and I also heard that we didn't have time to look at options. One of the things I'm concerned about, I'll just tell you my story. I printed off my paychecks from the last 3 years. I just picked May to do it. And the district claims that insurance premiums have gone up 27%. My son, who graduated last year through the Helena Public Schools, who had a great education, is going to be an actuary. So tonight he's home from college, and I'm like, you've passed an actuarial science test. Let's do some math. So we did. So we took my paychecks, and in the last 3 years, the district has increased their proportion 10.3%. I'm on the family plan. I think that I should be able, as a teacher, to have a profession and to provide for my family. I think that as an employee who has my whole family on the plan, that shouldn't bankrupt me either. So I looked, and I super appreciate the question of how many people are in each step of the plan, because my premiums have gone up 77% in the last 3 years. The district covered 10.3, and if you look at how much I paid 3 years ago to now, mine went up 345%. That's over $11,000 a year. I'm at the top of the teacher pay scale, so whether that's for me a financial hardship or just a hard thing to take at the end of the year when you're saying I'm going to get paid less next year. And once again, I think we feel the same, that we said teachers are valued, but we're paid less and less and less. And I know it's a national problem, but I think we can do something. That's the family plan. I've been on the lower family plan in that 3 years. I also went from having coverage where I could see my primary care for a copay of $10, blood work, my kids could see a pediatrician. Now on that lower plan, I have an urgent care plan. All I can do is go to urgent care for a copay. After that, I pay full price to see my primary care. I pay full price to see the pediatrician. And I think we can negotiate that. That's something I'd like to look at, because I walk in St. Pete's, I can go to the right and go to urgent care, but I cannot go to the left and go to see my primary care for a copay. And it sounded like it was less than $100 difference to see them. Another thing I would just want to say is that my son, who's going to be an actuary, he said that actuarial value is only one variable, but it doesn't tell you how good of a deal you have in a plan. There is so much more to it. He said, for example, if you have 100% actuarial value and you're paying $1 million, you might get that all back, but you're still paying $1 million. And so I just think that you guys have done a really good job throughout your tenures asking the difficult questions, thinking of unique things. And in this month that I hope you have, because I support the idea to table and look at all the options we have available to us, I just hope that you ask those really hard questions. What does it look like for our people? How many people are making less money next year? Because I think you're going to find it's a large percent of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urban. Do we have other in-person comments?
My name's Emma Schmidt, SCHMIDT. I'm a teacher at Broadwater, and I just want to speak to the health insurance increases. I want to make sure that we understand for those 10-month employees, they get a bigger cut out of their paycheck than what we have for our 12-month employees. And to keep in mind that those paras it's a much bigger portion of their take-home pay than for teachers. I mean, it's not okay to decrease your pay year after year, but that is a bigger decrease for our para educators, and they're essential to our schools, and we don't want to have that position just turn over or not be able to be filled. I can't imagine what that would look like in the day-to-day at the school. So please consider all of our employees, but especially our ones who are the hardest hit by these increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Other in-person comments?
Okay, I'm Madeline Thomas, Madelyn, Thomas, Thomas. I am also a paraeducator, and I want to I've celebrated my 20th year there this year. And I remember my interview with Tom Foley, and when he offered me my job, he said, Madelyn, I can't pay you what you're worth. He offered me $8 an hour, and I have a bachelor's degree, not in education. I do what I do every day because I love it. I look forward to walking in that building. Here's a comment from one of my favorite little first graders this year. I walked in there. She said, I wished on the brightest star last night that you would be my Grammy. And I can tell you a lot of things like that have happened to me in my 20 years. I absolutely love walking into my building every day. But when I read that email from Carrie, I was one that cried, along with one of my coworkers that have been there 25 years. This is a major hit. $200 a month is a lot. And I appreciate you, Mr. Rex, tabling this decision, looking for other options, because I'm not a great public speaker, but I'm a damn good paraeducator, and I will retire from this down the road. Not yet. I probably will have to move to a different school if they close us. But I absolutely love everything I do, and I just really respect a lot of people in this room. Siobhan, I love you so much. Mr. Myers, I mean, I love what I do, and I really hope that you value what we do, because we are teachers. We are nurses. We are sometimes that substitute Grammy or mommy. We give hugs every single day. You know, we have kids that come to us, I didn't want to get out of bed today. You know, guess what? I didn't either. But I'm here because I want to be here, and I love what I do. But you know what? Am I going to love what I do? Do I need to find another job? Can I afford to do what I love to do? That's the big question. So thank you for your time today.
Other in-person comments? Do we have anybody online who would like to provide comment? Okay. If you do want to provide comment and you are online, please feel free to raise your hand, and then we can unmute you. Okay. Not seeing any online, we're going to go ahead and continue on. So we do have a motion to table, and that has been seconded. We have heard our public comment, so now we are ready for further board comment. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes. We're going to go ahead now and move into our items for action number 2, which is the approval of Helena Public Schools baseball program for the 26-27 school year. Rex, I think you were going to tee this up before Eric comes.
I'll take this one. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was going to put Sam on the spot and say, okay, you're up. Let's just go back. That's heavy. I mean, you got to figure out healthcare somehow. But I do appreciate the fact that you trust me that we need a little more time. I just don't think that we're ready there, and I hope our public or our employees give us the grace of a little bit of time. You know, it's easy knowing what you're going to have, but I think it's worthy of stepping back and taking a quick look and spend a little more time on it. So our marching orders are there for the next 3 weeks. I think I said Tuesday is our board meeting in July. I think it's Wednesday. I'll have to ask Candace, but it might be it's Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay,
we always have on Tuesday, but it might be.
Normal routine.
Trying to figure out people's schedules in July is difficult.
Thank you.
All right, baseball. So I said it earlier, I kind of reference out what, a program. Let me first start by this. If you haven't noticed by now, my priority is always kids, right? And we take care of our staff to take care of kids. But if I have a need for some expenditure, and I know that's going to go and benefit our students, every day I will make sure that we have the opportunity to support students. You'll see up at the top there, I got Eric, Mr. Peterson's going to help me out with my recommendation. It's certainly Eric's recommendation to me, and then it is mine. All right, I take the responsibility for this one as the district superintendent and making sure that we're doing what we can for staff and for our students. And so here's where we're at. We could have had baseball 3 years ago. All right, it's been around. You can tell it's been around because we're the last ones to get to this. There's 14 of 16. You heard me say a lot that it's not the right time. It wasn't the right time then. It wasn't the right time now. We went through a bond, and I premised a lot of that year and a half, 2 years ago when I proposed that we go out for a massive facilities bond, that we had a lot of questions around, well, it's not the right time. I'm telling you, there's never a right time. You could wait another 10 years, and it's not going to be the right time because we can find something why it wouldn't work. Today is the right day, and today is the right time for this recommendation. It has been time. The fiscal note, the community involvement, the business involvement, the chamber support is that this proposal is going to allow, much like what we heard earlier when we had our student athlete come up and say, thank you for flag football, we get to do something. I heard Mr. Peterson say earlier that we thought we'd get 35 to 40 female athletes for flag football, and I think we're now looking at 55 to 60. There are first time ever participants that's never been in an activity that's joining. That's impactful. That's money spent, well spent for a student to engage. And it's not just a program. It's not just, we're not building in Major League Baseball players. We're not building NFL football players. That's not the purpose of activities in high schools. I was a high school principal, ran as many clubs as I possibly could. Dungeons and Dragons, hacky sack, then none of it made sense. But you know what it did? It made sense to that kid because it connected them to their building. And when they're connected to their building, they go to class and they get better grades and they show up. Your attendance is better. So this is an opportunity that we're missing. Baseball hasn't been with us for the last 15 and 16 to come to the table, and we're missing out on an opportunity for kids to engage. There's over 800 athletes, little guys, little people playing Helena baseball. And there's no aspiration to get to high school because there's not a team there. And so this is a pathway for them to be able to aspire in the middle school. And you think about where our middle school athletics are, it's a way for them to aspire to keep in a program so that they can do something at the high school level. The fiscal note on this is really, I take this for a grain of salt of where it is. I run a $110 million budget, a little bit over that. This is about a $50,000 ask after the second year because the community and the businesses stepped up and generated $115,000 or more with a check ready. That was the requirement that I said 2 months ago or a month ago, is that the money had to be there. Right? If there's no money, if the community didn't step up, then we weren't going to bring this to the table. It's there. So here's where we're at. It's about $23,000 on both sides of town because what we're finding out in the high school association, I visited with them quite a bit this last couple of weeks. We know that the AA athletic directors are saying that they're seeing anywhere from 200 to 300 people in attendance of these baseball games. It's really well attended. The crosstown games are amazing. I guess the crosstown games in AA's, that schools are packing their stands and having a blast. They're really just enjoying the seventh inning stretch and people coming together. So this isn't just baseball, it's also culture. It builds culture in your buildings. It's community. It's one more aspect that we can connect our kids to our buildings. And so what I asked before, and Eric, we got some numbers up there. You can run through those in a minute. It's really $23,000 for one side of town on the other. with the revenue and the gates that we project, it's really, I don't want to say insignificant, because what we heard around healthcare, every dollar counts. But the amount this would take is not a consideration of what I'm going to be able to do with healthcare. That's a bigger number with more commas. All right, so that's going to be something different. This one is for us. It's in our budget. We know it. We've already planned for it. If it goes through, we're okay by implementing this year 2, 3, and 4. Right. So our community's spoken. The businesses spoke. There's interest in it. We did the survey. We know it's there. What I'm going to do is, I'm not to belabor it. You've seen the comments and the interest. I think we have a really good pathway with the city using Kendrick Park with Legion. And so it's one of the nicest baseball parks in the state of Montana. It would be a great place for us to play. And we've built a relationship with the city. I met with the city manager and spoke to the mayor that we can work costs out where we can partner ourselves into that, where we don't have to go out and build our own stadium, right? That's important. A lot of districts are seeing that. We will have expenditure, and Eric has that up here on your spreadsheet, that we'll have to go out and rent some fields when it's busy and or if it's not playable, right? So we know that we have $14,000 into that for some rental of fields. But other than that, what I'm asking is that I personally, my philosophy is that I always want to make sure that we support and give students opportunity. And it's not to be a Major League Baseball player, it might happen, but it gives them the connection to their school. And that's what my recommendation will be. Eric, I kind of stole all that from me. So if you got anything that you want to add there, I literally, I'm passionate about it. And I believe in it as a coach and a high school principal, and having kids go through athletics and activities. I see the value of my own kids being connected to their school. I see the value of others that are connected into it. And if you ever have a doubt of why kids want to go to school, sometimes it could be because of Mr. Schulte's class. Not very often. It's something else that's going to happen, right? It's the connection and the activities, backstage ninjas. It could be drama. It could be an instrument. It could be a football. But it's something that gets kids in school. And this is an opportunity I don't want to waste. Eric?
I mean, he said most of it. Just to reiterate, you guys have been inundated the last month, I'm sure, with emails and contact from the community members. So the community has spoken, right? We have some parents here that were part of the parent group that raised $115,000 in a month, which is ridiculous. That's pretty amazing. That's over 120 businesses and families that have donated for that. But in the end, like Rex said, he kind of stole my thunder there, but we're here to serve the kids. And when we did that student interest survey, 37% of our student population said that if they were to choose a spring sport, it would be baseball. So, and that's where I want to serve is our kids, and our kids have more opportunities, and that's where we're at right now. And if Superintendent Welch says that we can afford it, I'm going to trust him.
Let me recognize also, this puts you in a really difficult spot. I get it. We didn't pass tech levy, and so the questions might be, well, how can you run baseball if you don't have the money? And did you really need the tech levy? Absolutely. Tech levy was $4 million a year. This is $50,000. Right? The tech levy doesn't allow us to be strategic. The tech levy, without it, and the operational levy in the elementary, allows us not to be strategic. We are bare bones minimum, and this is just one opportunity for us to do more with a really insignificant amount of money. Other than the fact, I get it, it's $50,000. However, it's not going to hit next year's budget. It'll be the following because the community have already put it. So we do forecast out that there's funding coming out from the state. We understand that. I don't want an opportunity that we can do something for our students to be held hostage because there's another negative impact to our budget at a high level, right? That's why I tried to separate the two, is that this proposal to increase activities for students is not going to fix the problem that you see that we heard just before that. $50,000, if you had 900 employees, that's $4 a person per month. It's $50 a year, right? I'll find that somewhere else. I don't want baseball or any activity that we bring to be held hostage because we have another crisis in the district at that significant level.
I would say using the terminology of holding hostage might be a little bit of strong language.
I'm passionate.
That's okay. And we do have a lot of passion and engagement and excitement about this opportunity. So I don't want to dismiss that either. I also want to maybe add with the conversation that personally for me, and I think I can probably speak for a lot of the board members, it's not the merit behind having the program established. So I want to make sure that that's out there too. And we are looking at the money aspect, which is what, part of what we're held to do as a trustee, but also understanding that we have to kind of weigh the balance. How is this going to affect the students in a positive way and provide positive outcomes versus what we'll have to pay? And we certainly do want to acknowledge the community support that has been raised around businesses and individuals coming together to show that this is important. This is important for those who came together, which I had a list, I think maybe through an email, and there were quite a few people. This is not contributions from just 5 or 10 people. It was a pretty large list. So I want to acknowledge that too. Also, this is from the high school budget. So a lot of where we had seen cuts and compromise prior was in the elementary budget. And so this is not going to be pulling from that. I think the biggest impact that we had when we were going through the crisis, if, I think that's accurate terming, we went through it was 6 to 7, right? For teachers, 6 periods out of 7.
Yeah, teach 6 to 7 from 5 to 7.
Instead of 5 to 7.
Yep.
Were there other significant cuts within that budget that should be noted?
In the high school budget? Mr. McKay, what else did you take out of your budget? Because we want to make sure we don't confuse middle school, because there were adjustments in the middle school, but the middle school is our K-8, so don't confuse what that looks like.
Yeah, the major consideration was the 6 of 7 to 5 of 7.
And just maybe as a recall or just an estimate, how much did that save when we went to 6, 7? I mean, we're talking about $1 million or hundreds of thousands?
Million.
Yeah.
Okay.
1.2.
So then we're back to not having that condition.
Okay.
Right? So then we fixed that. So it's at 5 of 7 now.
So we had brought our high school budget to a place that we could reinstate the most significant impact that had to be made during that time, during that
and
budget
still
cycle.
our budget still be in the black.
Okay.
So to speak. So then, we didn't lose. We're still matching. We will always match enrollment and programming size because, you just have to, with that. But we, in the last budget years, our significant challenge caused us to go 6 of 7. But then when we got through that, we achieved that. Now we're at 5 of 7 and we're still in the black.
There are some teachers that choose to go 6, 7, right? But I don't like saying 6, 7 together collectively.
I
It's
know,
just a little
we
weird.
just had 6,
But
7.
I had to get it in. But I would also remind the board and our new trustees before us is that we made cuts, but we also were really innovative in their ability to bring on charters. And so the basic entitlements in our PAL program also was revenue. So we exercise we pulled a lot of levers to make the high school budget sustainable. And the reason that we did that is so that we can do things like this. That's the importance of being innovative and thinking outside and really striving to do what we can for students.
So then with all the hard work that was done to bring maybe remove the mandate of the 6, 7, I'm not sure how to state that I know we have wonderful teachers who are willing to take on more for sure. But bringing us back to 5, 7, and we're still in the black. All right, so one of the things to note about this then is that we're not close to the edge. Would that be, I guess what I'm asking for is when we're talking about $50,000, are we in the black by $100,000 or are we more in the black to where we're going to have wiggle room second year coming out?
Yes, we are more in the black than 50,000. And I will always say always been, since Mr. Meyer was here, have always been in the black, right? You adjust yourself to get in the black, but we'll always be. And we are set on our staffing. We know what we've added. Quite frankly, we added in the high school TOSAs. So not did we go backwards, we've actually added support for our principals as they're doing construction for a couple of years. We've got dean of students on board, which we haven't been able to do again, which is a signal or an indicator that we're in the right area. Mr. McKay and I and team have clawed and scraped and worked our tails for 5 years to get ourselves into a position. I'm not going back. And if I thought this was pushing us in a backwards momentum, I wouldn't do it. I am comfortable and confident by doing this is not going to jeopardize where our general fund budget is going. I'm confident in that.
So then, so keeping in mind that this is second year expenses. So what we're looking at today is that all of the initial startup costs to move this forward are 100% covered.
And then
So
some.
whatever the actual invoices come out to be, it's going to be zero on our part. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
that should be correct. Yep.
And then in combination with that, we're also saying that the entirety of the first year costs for operational is currently covered today, and we have money that is not coming out of our own budget.
Correct.
That is correct.
And then when we're talking about the commitment from community members and the folks who would, I guess, said that they would move that forward, do you guys actually have the money, or are we working on good faith with community members?
I know where they live. We will, if I ask for a check tomorrow, I would have it.
Okay.
It's there. I trust them. Born and raised Montana guy, I trust somebody's word, and I know that the individual that pulled this together, I think we could probably say it's in the bank, right, Mr. Emmert? Yeah. So I'm confident that we have that money.
Yeah, and because I'm just thinking about if we were to have a motion for approval, did we need to add in a contingency that startups and first year were covered, or
By all
would it
means,
be okay just
I
moving
think
forward?
for security, if for reassurance, if you want to add that language, that that first startup, that first initial cost of startup and operations for 1 year is covered, I think that's wise.
And just to formalize it, I just think so that we have it in the minutes and on the record that that was what was approved. Okay, I will go ahead and open it to trustees. Yes.
I'm in favor of the baseball program. It's a reasonably small cost. I'm very familiar with club sports. I ran a club for 10 years, and it was about $200 or $300. I know there's a comparable club in Bozeman to the club that I ran is now $14,000. It's just gotten completely out of control. Yep. And kids that really want to do something, and we know as trustees, I believe that whatever it is you want to do is valuable if that's your passion. And we're the last people in the AA. It's affordable. It gets kids involved, and maybe some that wouldn't have the opportunity otherwise. And also, it has been extremely impressive, the amount of energy that this baseball group has brought. And I'm kind of wondering if you can help us with our levies next year. Anyway, we do have a lot of support. I can't see any reason why we wouldn't instill this program and bring fun, excitement, and positive experiences for both our students, our families, and also our community.
Yes, Armstrong.
I want to say it's been super impressive with the fundraising on this, but that brings me, I guess, to a big philosophical point. We have cracks in our foundation. You should not need to crowdfund a sport in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. We should not be having our paras on the edge of poverty. We can only work with the amount of money the state gives us. The voters determine who is elected to the state legislature. The laws they vote into being are impacted by the advocacy of our citizens. I really hope that everyone that was involved in tonight will actually help support this. You shouldn't have had to raise this money. I mean, it should be there. I have emails for speech and debate going to national sitting in my box about fundraising. And I don't want it to be a have versus have not. And I think Montanans truly love their community, but I don't feel that the funding out of the state legislature reflects how we want to live our lives. 3%, a max increase of 3%, which we will not see, does not keep up with inflation. It doesn't. So we have to advocate for the causes that are dear to us, and I think nothing is more dear to us than our children. So I really hope that people come in, they talk to us, and then they lots going on in their lives, they leave, and that the advocacy, the voices of the people does not get to the state legislature. And that's who determines all the issues we're facing. So I hope you will come and you will ask us lots of questions, because we would love to. It's very complicated, but we would love to talk about it. We would love to see your thoughts. It's pretty rare that we actually get the opportunity for a back and forth conversation with our citizens. So I'm in favor of this, but I just want you to realize all we're doing is putting Band-Aids over symptoms from structural problems. And I would really love to not keep doing this and for us to fix our foundation. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a comment on that, if you will, Board Chair.
Please.
The simple fact that our position, Eric and I and Josh and Justin and in our team, we recognize that we shouldn't have to crowdsource for this. I feel like I take it personal. Like we should be able to afford this, but we just don't have that revenue. However, I have one side of my brain working on legislation and advocacy. I can't wait for them to fix it because I've got these guys present for 4 years. And if I wait for somebody else to fix it, I won't give them the opportunity. And so we will always find a way to make this work. Shell game, right? We'll make it work, and it's not what we want, but it's the best we can. That's why we waited 3 years. But on the other side, we really, as Janet, you've been saying tonight, we've got to do work around state level advocacy. And at the same time, we're in the trenches making it work every day. And that's my team. That's not me. That's my team doing that every day.
So I would say all of our votes have always been with the best intentions, always. I do not ever remember having peers and colleagues next to me saying, I want to do this out of spite, right? Okay. But with that being said, and I think it is important to mention that even with those well intentions, it's gotten us into holes. And just as we had spoken about before with not doing premium increases at 6 years or whatever it was, okay, and then that got us into a hole. And then working with not making adjustments, not reevaluating when East Helena went on, all of these different things, right? So with that being said, I do think that this is something that can be supported long term without digging us in a hole. And considering again, it's year 2, 3, and 4, right? We don't know what those budgets are going to look like, but I don't know that not having baseball currently or eliminating baseball is going to fix whatever situation may be in year 2, 3, and 4. All right. I actually did have another question though. With the estimated gate revenue, how does that compare to what we take in with football?
Football is way more.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is more than what we would get for soccer, because soccer is a wide open. People can just flood into Siebel, right? You can't gate that, but this will be better than some others.
Yeah, with one entry, we can actually take a gate versus like softball and other sports that we can't. So.
Okay, so that's a good advantage then. Okay.
And then I'll say this at the last is Eric's going to go down in 2 weeks in schedule. So that's the last thing. That's why if somebody was going to ask, hey, can we table this one and move it down the road? That answer is no. We need a decision tonight so he can go schedule. The ADs are getting together.
And so then my last question, I suppose, is when we have the field rentals listed at that 14.5, pretty close rough estimate, I'm guessing. What is it currently for Vigilante? Are we using it track and field and football currently? Are there other sports or any other uses for that site?
Like football will be using that now.
Okay.
Too, so.
But okay. So we're talking about 14-ish for field. What are the maintenance costs, or what are we putting forward with Vigilante?
Are you asking about how much do we pay in water, painting, mowing, labor costs?
I'm thinking what I'm trying to dig out of that is when we're looking at 14.5 as an additional cost. Well, we own Vigilante Field, but there are costs to it. And I'm just wondering, in comparison, I'm assuming Vigilante's hundreds of thousands, or is that an overestimate?
No, I don't. That's an overestimate.
Okay. I won't put you on the spot with that anymore. Sorry, my brain was kind of.
Yeah, I can help. I mean, I'll walk through that if I better understand the question. I think we can walk through the cost of what Vig is versus the 14,000 it's going to take.
Well, you know what? I'm wondering if a better comparison, because we rent the fields for soccer. Or do we not?
Yes.
We do.
Okay, I'm with you now. Yes.
Sorry.
So the rental, and the great thing about our plan is moving Vig off and allowing that to now become a high school soccer facility. We won't have to go down and rent the fields from the city longer, right? We have more tennis courts. We have better high school softball facilities. We lessen our dependence on the city from renting their facilities. And I've always wanted to be able to get rid of the dependence of asking the city for permission or renting them from, I want our own facilities. And so this will be an offset of cost when we stop paying the city for that. And we've seen, Eric can probably speak to it, when Tim McMahon was with me, he's like, another increase in facility rentals from the city. It just keeps going up. Just like everyone else, it's not their fault. I'm not blaming them. It's just that they pass on their expenditures to us. So we're going to get our own. As we're moving through this process, we'll keep moving into our own facilities.
So one of the concerns when I was looking at this is we've always had conversations about current coaches that is the stipends that they're getting paid matching other AA's?
No. I'm glad you brought that up. And that's down the road. We brought that, and I know that we have CMS sitting here, and they're going to talk about independents and administrators in a minute, and maybe could speak a little about what we found in our research around our coaches' stipends. Been years and years. I grew up in systems where coaches' stipends and salaries were tied to your base, and so anytime you negotiate, those percentages went up with the base. We don't do that here. It's a fixed percentage, and it's not kept up. Again, what I've been working on as a team in this district is catching up, and catching up is difficult, and we've been doing it for 6 years now. And so one of the areas that we see that really needs some support is our coaches' stipends are far below the market value of market analysis of what we're finding around the AA's. It's just simple. I asked that we get that done this year. My team says, let's do it next. All right, so we're going to wait one more year, but we have that, and it really is part of negotiations, so it needs to be embedded into negotiations. So we have not increased the amount of funding that we put into athletics in general. We run that red every year, and it's just that we have not added to it. We have not adjusted what we do for activities. Now, not just athletics, it's all activities as well. So we're working on solutions around those as well.
I think that would be my ask, informal, is to see what we can do. I mean, we're finding money for this. And if we can find $47,000 a year.
Yeah, that catch up, we did the number, and I think Carrie and Jim are back there shaking their head. It's more than 47,000 to get caught up, but we can phase it in as well. But we recognize, I hear what you're saying.
Well, understanding, right? And again, this is 2-year stuff, but I would like to put some priority on the work that our current coaches have been putting in, and that a lot of them have been putting in for years. We have a lot of long-standing coaches still working with our students and still working with our teams. So just put that out there.
Duly
All
noted.
right, long-winded. I just want to check back. Mr. Myers, yeah.
Just a couple questions, Eric. Refresh my memory. So will we have a JV and a senior or a varsity?
Yeah, correct. We'd have 2 teams at each school, so 4 total teams.
Perfect. And 4 coaches then, or what are you looking at in number of coaches?
So with coaches, yeah, we would have, I don't know if you had that right in front of you there, but we have 4 coaches per school. So, yep, 1 head, and so 2 coaches per team, basically.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm very supportive of the effort. I really want to get the efforts of the group that Tyler put together, and so you put together to bring a solution here. But I think there's other areas that we could use the group, or at least take the group and expand, especially when we take a look at mill levy elections. I mean, I just think that you exhibited the efforts and looked at a solution and brought the solution to the district. And so I think we just need to continue to take that interest, just as we did with the bond and the building of the 3 new buildings that we're involved with. We go back to the community and we take this interest, as we can say, this is what we've done in this district in the last a year and a half or 2 years. So thank you, and thank you to the community.
Yes, please.
So in addition to being obviously representative to the school board, I'm also student body president for the 2026 and 2027 school year. And I can confidently say that, like talking to all my peers, especially the senior or the junior and sophomore class currently, rising seniors and juniors, we would love to have a baseball team. You know, a lot of our guys play for the Legion anyways, but we have a lot of really talented young men that can't play because they can't afford it. Kind of going back to what Trustee Hathorn was saying earlier. And so I know that if this gets approved, that you will have no issue finding students to be involved in it. There'll be no issue getting community support, because we see it every week at Kendrick Field when the Senators are playing. That place is almost always at least 3/4 full, even if it's a Tuesday night game. And you'll have no problem finding coaches, because we have some great community figures that would be willing to step up. And I promise you'll get money back because of that support. And I promise you that both Capital and Helena High would be a lot better school culture-wise if you approve that. So.
Thank you.
I have some connections with a bunch of kids who play baseball. And I know that they have, because a lot of schools have their own their own baseball teams. I know that they've been playing, our Helena teams have been playing the same teams multiple times. And I know our representative team has played Gallatin Valley at least 8 times this season already. And the season began in April. So I think, just better opportunity for all of our baseball players. So.
Chair, since you brought up the coaching thing, I guess I just want to make sure in understanding these coaching costs, are we bringing them on at an equivalent stipend to what our other coaches? Softball.
So, yeah.
What they're currently making. So they're not going to come in and be, at an appropriate one, whereas our other ones are below. We're not going to.
It'd be the same as softball is today, so still currently below market value.
Okay. I mean, not that that's a great answer.
but fair
it's an
to
equitable
all the
answer.
other sports, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then when would it be established? Are we talking about this summer, that quick?
We would be getting the ball rolling as soon as we can. It takes some time to get some of the materials and jerseys and things ordered, so the sooner the better.
Talk about season. When does
season
it's
start? We'll be in the spring.
I'm sorry. I was thinking it was a summer sport.
No, it'll be a spring sport. So it'll be with track and tennis, and so
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we would have time to not run around. Okay.
Yeah, the urgency for us simply is to get it on the schedule, get Eric down with the other double A's and schedule the games, and then start ordering supplies, coaches on, and getting ready for the spring.
Excellent.
Yep. And remember, this is also all governed by the Montana High School Association, right? Sports.
That's why it took us some time to even get it, right? Because it wasn't sanctioned by them.
Did they have a 1 year?
I don't know if they did have 1 year or not, or
So they call that anything's coming in. They call that an emergent sport, and I don't know if that came in as an emergent, if it just full-fledged came in.
But it's been only the last 3 years. This isn't something we've been missing out on for like 10 years, right?
It's 2021, I think, is when it came on.
Okay. All right. Last call. Trustee Isabel. Okay. All right. So I think we're going to go ahead and let's see. My computer turned off, so I got to figure out where we are. Okay. Perfect. So I will entertain a motion for action item number 2.
I move for the approval of the Helena Public Schools baseball program for the 2026-27 school year.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I just want to interject, didn't we want to include the contingency that the...
Yes. Thank you very much for calling that out, Trustee Cordingley. Would you like to amend your motion or?
With the contingency that all of the first year costs are covered by the donations from the baseball community.
All right. Motion is accepted with amendments. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. We're now going to turn it over to public comment. Do we have anybody in person who would like to provide comment? Okay, so then just as a reminder, if you can state your name and spell it, your relationship to the school district.
Tyler Emmert, Tyler, Emmert. My parents are retired teachers. I guess that's my only relation. A former board member.
Welcome back.
So I guess 4 quick items. It's 9:18. I'll try to be quick. I'll touch on current community support, current financial situation. I thought long-term sustainability was addressed really well, and then opportunity. Been part of a fair number of groups to raise money. This one was one of the easiest. Not a lot of explanation. Do you want to add baseball? Yes. How do I donate? It was that easy. A lot of community support for this. I do think there's opportunity in rolling that into more than just baseball and getting people involved. As far as a $4 million mill levy, that's probably a little different than just a call. That's going to be a little harder. We do have the money in an account. If you have questions on the mechanics of it, we can get into the details. Ideally, we could have used an affiliate nonprofit. That wasn't possible for a couple of reasons. We did create one. We do have the money in an account, so we're ready for that. Long-term sustainability, it was kind of spoken to. I think it's a pretty pragmatic approach that's being taken. Just from all of the activities that any of my kids do, you go to tryouts. Next is fundraising. They all do fundraising right now. Groups like Westside Football raise for equipment. Every program when they start, you got to go do some fundraising. It's a piece of it. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's pragmatic. Kids get to play, and the opportunity's there. Baseball's a great opportunity in our community. Either that or wrestling are my two that I think provide the most personal growth. A lot of failure in this game. I'm glad to see it coming to the community. I think kids grow a lot through it. And then, your softball coaches might be overpaid, but I think it's fair to pay them the same as the baseball coaches. Just joking, of course. Coach Schulte's right here. So if you have any questions on the mechanics of it, we can get into the details, but it's there.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do we have other in-person comment? Do we have any online comment?
I'll say one thing.
Sure, come on up.
I'm not going to talk too long because Tyler did great. So I'm Kristen Cichoro, and I am the Capitol High office manager, but I've got 2 Legion baseball players. They've played since they were little, and it was really cool last night because they had the Helena Babe Ruth Youth Baseball Association, the championship for the 13 through 16U kids who didn't make Legion baseball but are still wanting to play. And one of the coaches of the team that won is actually a Helena Middle School art teacher. And he said, I talked to a kid on my team after we won the game last night, underneath the lights. It's just super emotional for me because it's just, baseball is such a wonderful experience. But this kid dropped out of school. He is not enrolled in high school. He is 16 years old. He probably played his last game last night. And he and his mom talked to Mike Kepler and said, if we get high school baseball, he will enroll in school again. He went to every baseball practice, every game. He was there because he wanted to be there and loved the sport and loved the camaraderie. If we get high school baseball, he will enroll again. Socializing, thriving, learning, and that's just one kid. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Do we have any online comment? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, Brian Solan, S-O-L-A-N. I know most of the board through our work with the energy piece of and deferred maintenance at the district, but just want to thank the board for taking this up. I don't want to repeat any of the facts. You all got my very lengthy email with a lot of the details and stuff like that. I just wanted to add a couple things. Tonight, the Senators are playing in Missoula, doubleheader. And I'm watching the live stream kind of over the side here of that game and listening to the announcers, and the announcers took up this topic, the Missoula live feed announcers, and mentioned that Helena is the only American Legion team still playing baseball in April, AA team. And they actually mentioned that it is on our board agenda for tonight to approve, and hopefully they will approve it to get the AA back to whole. So, you know, it's not just a Helena issue. The other communities are talking about it because it's a part of the bigger puzzle for the entire state. So a couple other things on the funding. I certainly understand the costs, and I really want to offer, you know, the comment about legislation changing for high school funding. I think that's or school funding in general, not just high school. I want to make sure that, you know, I spent a lot of time on the Hill and the legislature as well, and I'm happy to help join that fight. So I think it's a bigger topic than just baseball, but I just want to appreciate and thank the board for considering this.
Thank you, Mr. Solon. I see we have somebody else for comment. Okay. Thank you. You can go ahead and come off mute.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Ashton Broadhead, Capitol High teacher, been a teacher in the district for 13 years. I'm also the head softball coach at Capitol High currently. I just wanted to jump on and express my support for this. I've had a lot of students in class the last few years, you know, really expressing their interest in the sport coming to high school. I had a student at I taught at Helena High last year. I had a student actually transfer out to East Helena so they could play this year. And just today I had a student making up a semester exam in my room, asking me as I was putting away softball stuff, you know, when the board was voting on this and how much he really hopes that it gets passed. So thank you everybody who's done this work. You know, I've seen firsthand how this sport on the girls' side has really helped kids. I've had a lot of girls in the past say, you know, it just gets me through the spring. And sometimes we have these long winters in Montana and these kids are just kind of grinding it out. And this really does often provide that hope with the spring and getting kids outside in fresh air. And I think this is just going to, you know, continue to grow and be a great addition. So thank you everyone for your work, and board, I really hope you consider passing this.
Thank you very much. Do we have other comment online? Okay, perfect. So we've heard public comment. We're going to move to further board comments.
I think it'd be remiss if we didn't mention one of our longest standing trustees, Mr. Terry Beaver, who brought up baseball nearly every meeting. And I think if we pass this, he's going to be so happy, and I'll be happy because
I'm taking him to lunch tomorrow.
Yes.
I just wanted to say a special thank you to Assistant Superintendent Josh McKay. Part of the reason the high school budget is in the black is because he's taken on hours and hours and hours of additional reporting for our charter schools. Pretty much, we exchanged a lot of money for a lot of work for Josh, and that is part of why we get to do something fun like this. So I just wanted to give him a special thank you.
Thank you for that. Other comments? All right, so I think we're going to move to a vote. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
And thank you for all of you who have come out to support, but also all of the comments and information that we had received through email, which was also quite extensive. So thank you very much. Okay, so.
You reporters can't leave now. We got good stuff coming up.
Yeah, we're
on.
not done.
You're-
Nobody wants to hear about wage
Sorry, Jim.
adjustments? Darn it.
CMS is exciting. I don't get it.
Okay, so that does appropriately move us into action item number 3, approval of market adjustment for targeted independent positions.
All right, so we're going to ask Carrie and CMS Jim to come up and present. Let me do a little up front on this thing. I'm going to dispel rumors and myths and inconsistencies here. We are near the end of our budget cycle. Tell you what do we got? 15 days, 20 days before it's over. Currently, you see this before you, and we intentionally made the decision to put this in June and not July. Anything that we do for market adjustments and salary compensations, if you do that in July, then that doesn't take place until August, and then you got to back that up to catch up to the current fiscal year. So to put this in June, it gives us time to make the correction or the adjustment so that it fits in the first payroll of the next fiscal year, which is July. You follow me? So that is one reason why we are doing this now and not later. There's still time. Carrie, in her efforts to negotiate, she still has negotiations to do with payroll groups, and sometimes they don't come to the table in July. They wait until August, September, November. Then you got to back that up to catch it up to July of the payroll. And so there's some work there, but if we have any control of that, I want to get it before the end of the fiscal year. It's much easier on Sam in our payroll group, and then obviously Carrie. So that being said, we are at the end of our fiscal year, and there are few remaining groups that have not been identified and or adjusted. We know that they're coming, and often what we hear is that they're the first to the table. They're the first ones out of the gate. In reality, we've waited. They are the last. We're just finishing up. If you look, and I can provide that timeline. I have a chronological timeline of all the payroll groups that have been negotiated and approved by this board. It started 2 years ago with our teacher union, because we signed a 2-year contract. That initiated it. And then we went through the list. And you can ask Carrie, every payroll group that she's ever negotiated with, and they're all on that list, and there's a few left that we need to pick up. You're going to hear those tonight. And there's a couple, I think Carrie has 3 more that you need to, 2 more that we need to negotiate with.
I haven't decided if they're 1 or 2. So 2, maybe 3.
Yes. So I guess what I want to do is just say on record to the public is that these groups are not moving before everybody else. We are just catching up to what has already been done in the district, and we're making that adjustments now. And then we'll have one more in July. I think we have CMS that'll talk a little bit about, after that 2021 admin pay, we stuck everybody on a 1 cell move, right? Everybody's just what it is. And CMS has something that, a matrix, if you will, a stepping process for like our teachers in pairs that move through the system. We'll have that in July, but we're not going to go there tonight. All right, so we're just doing, as you see before you, independence, matrix, adjustment, and then the 2.5% for admin as well. That's what you'll see before you. So that was a long-winded explanation of how we got where we're at tonight. Carrie, do you want to go ahead and introduce?
Well, good evening. I'm sorry that everybody left. This is super exciting. I feel like that always happens when HR comes to the table, right?
Don't be offended.
No, I'm never offended. Well, I'm not offended by that. So I really appreciate Jim sticking in with us and coming here to present. Because we do have a couple new members on the board, I wanted to just take a moment to go back in time a little bit. I've been working with CMS since 2024. We started this with a market salary survey, so we knew where our positions landed in comparison to the market. We implemented a compensation pay philosophy. We implemented pay plan rules, so there was transparency as people moved to different positions, how their salary would be set. They created a classification tool for me so that there is some art and science with how positions are placed on the salary matrix based on market data, but also looking at job duties, looking at accountability, complexity, and qualifications. So there's not just Carrie spinning the roulette wheel and saying, okay, this looks good, right? We have some art and science about how we place people, how we make that comparable, and how we remain an employer of choice in alignment with our compensation philosophy. We also did some correction to our independent salary matrix a year ago. We had steps and lanes that had inconsistent percentages between them. And so as people were progressing, if you went from grade 8 to grade 9, you might get an 8%, but if you went from grade 9 to grade 10, you might get a 5%. So we corrected that. And as Superintendent Welts alluded to, we still have some more work to come, but this is part of the catch-up that we're continuing to do. And so what Jim will talk to you about is some catch-up to do on our independent salary matrix for 6 positions that were identified as being below market, and then again, how we can continue to be that employer of choice and be in alignment with our compensation philosophy. So Jim, thanks for your patience.
As Jim's coming up, I think this is another indicator of where I'm personally at in a district, is building systems, consistent systems across the board, K-12, that we can rely on. The reason why that went bad 6 years ago, because we didn't have a system to rely on. We did not have HRs have a system. We spun the roulette wheel and poked a finger on it and said that's what it should be. So this is having CMS come in and do this work and provide science behind it, unbiased. It's really important for us to have the connection and the partnership that we have with CMS.
Great. Well, thank you, Superintendent Welts, and thank you, Carrie, for all your work on this. So good to see everybody again. Nice to meet you that I haven't met before. As Carrie said, I'm Jim Cairns with Communication and Management Services, and we're just going to go over a few, kind of like some of the final steps of the pay plan implementation. And many of you are involved in developing the compensation philosophy. You saw our presentation last year about what we're doing with the independent wage matrix that Carrie just spoke to. So just want to quickly walk you through what we're proposing for close to final steps. We've got a few things left to do here. So as far as our next slide there, we're just going to talk about selected market adjustments for the 6 positions that Carrie alluded to. We'll talk about the general wage increase and the next steps. So the market-based independent reclassifications, these are the positions we're looking at. Trainer, career center resource assistant, community specialist, communication specialist, SAC site manager, safety operations manager, and warehouse laborer. So these positions were identified when we did the salary survey as falling way below the market. So for example, the warehouse laborer, the step 5 of the warehouse laborer, which was $16.39 an hour, was 77.27% of the market. So, way behind, 23% behind the market. And that's at step 5. So typically people didn't get to step 5 until they've been with us for 5 years. So what we want to do is when people at least get to step 5, we want them to be close to the market. There are steps beyond that. So that's how we identified the positions that were priorities. Basically, the ranges and most of the ones we looked at were pretty far behind. The communication specialist was about 74% of the market. Safety and operations manager is about 72% of the market. So these were clearly identified as positions that needed to be increased in order to be competitive with the market. The plan will be basically to place the employees, we're calling it a reclassification. So going from a lower grade on the system to a higher grade on the system, or a promotion is what we're going to do with folks. The decision to how we place this wasn't just based purely on market. So on the next slide there, Gary, Carrie alluded to the classification methodology. We've presented on this before, so just want the board to know that we are looking at the market, but we're also looking at job content, what people do, what the qualifications are. And part of that is we want to make sure that these decisions are internally equitable. So, for example, if the market had a gender inequity in pay, we don't want to perpetuate that. So we have this classification system where we can actually look at the content of the job and make sure that jobs with similar responsibilities and similar qualifications are being paid similarly within the district. So as we go forward, basically what we're going to do is reclassify those positions. We're going to make adjustments in accordance with our pay plan rules. And we had a group that worked in the pay plan rules, and basically we're going to move people into those higher grades. Our pay plan rules say when you get a promotion, we want the wage adjustment to be at least 5% to recognize that you've gone up to a higher grade. We also look at internal equity there. So that'll be what we're proposing with the independent reclassifications. It's going to affect those positions. We'll talk a little bit later about the fiscal impact with that. But I just wanted to see if anybody had any questions about the independent reclassifications before we move on.
I'm just curious, when we were looking at the 72 to 90, with the reclassification, where does that put these 6 positions percentage-wise?
It's going to move their step 5 up to closer, so they'll all be within 10% of market at step 5 in those higher grades.
And then would we be reevaluating next year to get those roles to market?
Yes, and basically we're going to be, one of our recommendations is to continually be looking at the market, ongoing evaluation. With the step system, people's pay will progress. So, we're not necessarily going to do a survey next year of those positions, but we'll continue to reevaluate the market. And again, the general wage increases that we'll talk about next will also help us keep pace with the market.
Jim, help me understand. I understand independent, but is that have you helped us describe what independent is so that we know specifically positions in this district that are classified as independent, that we just don't go and pick and say they're an independent, they're an independent?
Right, and I'll defer to Carrie, but it's basically positions that aren't covered by collective bargaining agreements.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So when CMS did the salary survey, we did focus specifically on the independent positions. We did also look at some of our represented positions like custodians, paraeducators. So we had that data when we went into market bargaining. And in fact, we're going to continue to utilize CMS to do that work for us. And then, of course, as Jim alluded to, continuing to assess the market, because the market does ebb and flow, right? And so we recall when, I always go back to technology, when the dot-com boom, right? All of a sudden technology, those pay increases went up significantly. So yes, this proposal will get folks to market at step 5, but we always have to review and assess to see where the market continues to drive that pay structure in combination, of course, with job duties.
And that's a good segue for the board's knowledge. I anticipate and will continue to work with CMS. Where districts fail in this process is that we do this work and then we shelve it and we don't keep it current. And so it will get stale, and then all the work that we just had put in for the last 3 years becomes non-valid, right? It's just not appropriate for the current time. And so I told Jim, get used to being here, because and we're fortunate they're in town with us, but it's been a really great partnership and I don't want it to go away. We're going to continue to work and exercise the numbers as we move forward.
And just one other comment, Trustee Meyer, the compensation philosophy, 2 key points of that compensation philosophy is we wanted to ensure that our different employee groups are treated equitably with regard to pay. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do here. And another part of the compensation philosophy was to ensure that we're remaining competitive and keeping an eye on the market. And like we talked about earlier, we have fallen behind in many areas, such as coaches, where we're way behind there, and we've got some market data, and we're not proposing to get there overnight. It's going to be a step and a process in getting there and keeping up on these things and keeping monitoring them, and get there in time. It's not going to happen overnight, but we'll get people to where they need to be eventually. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we're proposing with the independent reclassifications, and I'll summarize kind of some of the fiscal impacts when we get to the end here. The next thing we're recommending is the general wage increase for independent, the group we just talked about, and our administrator employees, our principals, and some of those other positions. So like I said, one of our goals with the compensation philosophy was to be consistent with negotiated increases across HPS. And so the 2.5% wage increase is consistent with, I think, with what you've negotiated with most of the groups, Carrie. Again, it's not going to quite match inflation. It's not going to quite keep up with the increase in gas costs and those types of things, but it is a step in the right direction. It's going to continue to support recruitment and retention of staff. It's going to help some of these independent positions are paid at the lower end of the wage range, and it's going to balance employee needs with fiscal responsibility. Like you said, Trustee Armstrong, it'd be nice to do more than this, but at least we're doing what we can to try to keep pace with the market. So just to kind of give you a sense on the next slide how it's all going to come together, is we will apply the general wage increase. We will reclassify those selected independent positions into appropriate grades, and then we'll place those independents on the appropriate step in the new grade based on our pay plan rules. So they'll get recognized for that increase and move much more closer to market. So our final slide here is just a snapshot of the projected fiscal impact. So the general wage increase for independents will be about $38,000. We're anticipating the general wage increase for administration to be about $74,550, and then the 6 independent reclassifications will be to the general fund about $17,215. So the total approximate cost of the proposal is about $130,000. That will get us where we need to be. Just to kind of give you a heads up or what's coming next, both Carrie and Rex had mentioned we're also doing some work with the administrative salary matrix. And again, in keeping with the compensation philosophy and trying to treat people consistently and equitably, our administrative salary matrix recommendation on the next slide there.
Jim, if it's okay if I interrupt really quick.
Yeah.
These are listed as separate action items. So if we could pause on moving into the administration, and I think we're going to see if we have motions for the first 2 action items.
Perfect.
And then we'll kind of go in from there. Thank you. I
Sounds great.
appreciate that. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Chair Welsh.
Okay, so then going back, so items for action, we have number 3, and I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the market adjustment for targeted independent positions as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Do we have any public comments? Any further board comments? All right, all those in favor? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, Trustee Armstrong.
You're good. I just want to thank Carrie and Jim. I know we realize, but honestly, this has been a 2-year process, and to go through every single pay group and to go through that matrix you showed us, which just seemed full of like 500 steps and 100 of them were illogical, is quite a heavy lift. So I want to thank you for that. And you can always feel free to show up maybe at least 45 minutes after the time that we tell you you think you're going to be up here, because I do realize you've been here for almost 3 hours waiting to talk. But it's just super appreciative, and let's just keep going. I mean, we only get 3%, but we're trying our best to make it as equitable and to do it on a systemic basis of reviewing to see what we can do. And I just really appreciate that, because I think it helps build trust.
For the board's information as well, that Sam and I have this cost, as I said earlier. This is not a surprise. We have this built in.
Do we have other trustee comments? All right, I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 8-0. And then since we already had independents introduced, I would be willing to entertain a motion for action item number 4.
Chair Walsh. I move that we approve a 2.5% increase to the independent salary matrix for 26-27.
Thank you, Trustee Satry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a second. Do we have any public comment? Do we have any further board comments? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 8-0. And now we can go ahead and move into the administrator's salary. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Walsh. So the next thing coming, so we are also recommending a 2.5% general wage increase for the administration as well. And again, in keeping with the independents, what we've negotiated with the other groups. And then just wanted to give you an idea of what the next steps would be with the administrative salary matrix. Is we will be proposing a salary matrix with logical and consistent progression for staff. The administrative salary matrix main infrastructure won't have as many steps as we do for independents. We'll have kind of a tighter wage range, but we are going to still try to match market at step 5. They'll then go to step 10. We want to continue to support progression with wage ranges. And again, some of the same benefits. It's going to help us, recruit and retain folks. It's going to provide a little more predictability for the budgeting process and just provide a little more structure and consistency with what we're doing with our administrators as well. So that's kind of the next step we're going to see, and we'll bring that back to you. So I think we still need to talk about the 2.5 for administration.
The board, I did it. The board will need to make a motion and discuss that one, and then we'll come back with the matrix in July. But the matrix in July, not today, because we, as the internal team, we're not ready for it yet. We had some meetings that we need to fully understand where we're going with it. So we're not ready for the matrix, but we are ready for the 2.5.
So then what we're looking at right now is where a current administrator sits on their salary scale, or where they currently are. From that is where we're looking for the 2.5%.
Yes.
We're not looking at the matrix and then making a 2.5%.
Where
right?
they
Like
sit
this is
currently.
preventing us from having to do back pay?
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to get a matrix in July, did you say?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll present that. We've got a few little details to work out, and then we'll present that matrix. And then our proposal at that time will be get our administrators on the new matrix.
Will the matrix have numeric values?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's one of the details we got to work out because we
That's-
want to present.
that is exactly
And
where
it
we
gets
were.
complicated with administrators because we got daily rates and some of those types of things. So
240-day contract, 230-day contract, 217 contracts, 260s,
Okay. But we'll
253s.
see physical like numbers.
Yep.
Values. Okay. Thanks. Trustee Hathorn.
I just want to make sure I understand this because usually you adjust the matrix and then you get the 2.5% on top. So this is going backwards. So
Same as what we did for independents.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 2.5 and then you look at salary in you'll adjust the matrix and then the next change in pay will be what cell you fall on. Is that how it works?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly right. So we're proposing to do the 2.5% now, and then we'll propose the matrix, and then we'll just need to get people on the right cell or the right step. So, it's not, and those steps are, probably going to be 2% apart. So, the most it's going to be to get somebody on a step would be, 1.9%. So, the cost to get people on the matrix or on the step should be nominal.
And then when will the matrix is adjusted, when will that affect the paycheck for the administration?
July 1, I think is the target.
Okay.
Yeah, July 1.
So there would be a little bit of, potentially depending on the timeline.
The timeline, right? So that first paycheck comes in 25th of July, and so we're on the 16th, 14th, 16th. So how fast what I want to avoid is any sort of a back pay. I think there's going to be a couple of Carrie's got a few a few memberships that are going to go in September and October probably. We'll have to get those. We'll have to get those back, but 4 people, yeah. But I just want to avoid making what we call back pay, but it's just making it right for any employee that negotiates in the fiscal year and you don't get that pay period accounted for, then you have to go back and account for that pay period. So if in July we do this, I am pretty comfortable with saying that we won't have to make an adjustment in August, right?
Yeah, and as we know, we have a history of not keeping up with the administration for whatever reason, which has not worked out well. So I'm just making sure that we're not repeating that.
I don't want to catch up.
Again. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
If an administrator's current salary though, and then adding on the 2.5 from where they currently are, when that translates to the matrix, we're not decreasing salaries.
Correct.
But then are we freezing until the appropriate salary matches up with the person's matrix?
That's part of the ongoing conversations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
Good
think,
to know.
you know, what I would recommend, and again, this is subject to the group's work, but probably just to round people's salary up to the right step on the matrix would be the right way to do it. We wouldn't take money away to get somebody on the right cell.
Yeah.
The short answer is we're trying to find a matrix where no one will be frozen. So we're trying to make the system work so that we can right size things from the past, but then have a path going forward so that folks can see some logical progression and transparency. So we have to draw a line in the sand and say, okay, this is where we are going forward, and then we'll correct from there.
And then without these being negotiated groups, we're pretty heavily relying on market analysis to get these right-sized for where we are.
Correct. Yeah, and our matrix will support that too, and that'll help us make sure we're moving things along and, providing that progression predictably.
Jim, can you speak a little to the background work and what that looks like in the double A's, and so how you built this system or our matrix based on knowledge of what other double A's are doing? Like, you don't see a single cell stop. You see a matrix across the double A's.
Yeah, when we did our survey, and certainly, and I don't have the exact schools or anything, but most positions have a wage range, and you start at an entry and you progress to, market, and then often progress beyond that. So, just having a single cell system like we used to wasn't really matching the market, wasn't providing progression for people. And as, people gain proficiency, get better at their job, you expect them to move closer to market. And then as people become more valuable to the district, we want to pay them maybe a little bit beyond market so they're not a flight risk.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So tonight we're looking at the 2.5%. In July we're adjusting the matrix, and the cost for that is nominal. Can we give me a range? Because what I don't want it to look like we're doing a raise and we're doing a raise. Right?
Okay.
Because we've been extremely consistent this year with the 2.5%, aside from some longevity bonuses that we've simply needed to retain people because we're desperately short in those areas. So I just want the warm fuzzy.
So before you will have, the decision tonight is 2.5. No decision on the matrix. We are working that matrix now, and we'll have a number presented to you in July. So I don't have that number for you tonight. What it's going to take for the move, that'll be an action item for July. We just don't have that number because we have some variables in which we need to figure out.
But you're going to give us a nominal number, right?
Define nominal. Yeah.
We just talked about all the buildings and everything.
yeah.
So yeah, I can tell you it'll be less than 2.5% because that's all the steps are. Nobody would be rounded up beyond a step. It'd just basically be rounding them up to the next cell.
Okay, I just, we just had some very emotional discussions, and I want to be very sensitive to that.
I just want to add on to that. We've just done two adjustments for the independents. So it's something that we're looking at across the system, not just in one employee group, which right now you were talking about the administration. So it's not out of the ordinary from what we're doing for all of them.
And we'll also take note within the agenda where we have the recommendation. It does ensure to include assistant principals. So this is not just district staff who are who we're looking at for this group.
Yeah, that's a great point, Board Chair, is that when administration often gets tagged as district office. This is our assistant principals, our principals, our directors. It's all admin. So it's not just superintendents and assistant superintendents and things as such.
I also had the opportunity to sit on, I don't know if we called it a work group, but for the compensation philosophy, where we had a large pool, I should say diversity amongst the group of people, and we had some really good engaging conversations, and you could feel across the board, you always have your specific details, but across the board, people wanted to be treated equally and equitably and feel valued. And that's hopefully what we're able to do, at least a little bit more, obviously, right? But I don't know. If we could give more, we would. but hopefully this shows that we're moving in the right direction.
To Jenna's point,
that we care.
You know, if I'll just say it quickly because we've heard it over and over, and it's 10 o'clock. If the CANS proposal comes through, and this is a good plug, potentially an $8 million increase is what we see right now. If we have that, we are able to do more for our employees. Drop the mic. I mean, we will be able to do things that we want to do. Right now, I've said we're living day to day, and we are. That's the consequence of not funding education. We make it work. But if you fund education the way it should, state of Montana spends $12,900 per kid. Our neighbors are spending $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 a kid. That's $1,000 or $2,000 more per kid per year. In this district, that's millions of dollars of difference. We underfund Montana education, and we are scraping by asking people to help donate for baseball, and our healthcare, we can't help out enough, and we don't pay our coaches, and we are underpaying our staff. That is where we're at. And that's one side of the brain working to advocate, and the other side is we're working in the trenches, making it work every day. But you're right, Trustee Armstrong. We need to make a change.
Just another comment. Bozeman did pass their levies, and I know that they're a different beast over there to the east. However, they ran it primarily on increases for teachers and staff, and that's just one of the strategies we might think of using for next year, because I think the community can really relate to that in a really positive way.
Get fired up here. So, as Gary and I have visited often, the technology levy is technology, but it really is a general fund levy because the general fund is subsidizing the need for technology, which is compromising the general fund, which we would do for our staff. So you're right, Bozeman, Casey, and the guys, those guys down there ran a levy saying we're going to increase staff wages because that's what we need to do, and it offsets the need to burden the general fund, which we do for 90% of our general fund go into salaries, and the rest of it just for operations such as lighting, insurance, cyber insurance, and whatever else we were doing. Right, so that doesn't leave us a big cut of the pie. When I first started, we were 98% of our salaries in elementary, and 96% of our general fund went to salaries in high school. We've got that now down to about 90. That when I was first starting this gig, I would be happy with 85, but we're 90, 92. We were at 97, 98. So we've made great progress, but it's not where we need to be.
I believe there was a time when we were 100% in the elementary budget. It might have been before your time, but those were tough times.
That's my first. That was my first budget meeting. I saw that. I should have asked some questions.
Inherited a doozy. Okay. All right. Do we have any further board comments? Yes.
I think it's interesting you brought up about levies for like our new board members in our audience. The state is very specific on money, how we get funded, and what type of levies we can run. So when you see us put something out there, that's because the state has said you can run a levy for these specific types of things, this amount, and it can go this long. So again, it really goes back to who we're electing to our state legislature, and how it happens, or what we can ask for, and what silo it's got to go through, and precisely how it can be spent. Because it is really frustrating. Like if you look at transportation can only pay for to school and from school. And at the same time, the state mandates that they want all this individualized education. but you can't take transportation funds to take the kids to Starbase. We can't take transportation funds to take the kids to the Civic Center. So we are getting a lot of conflicting signals, and we need to educate people as to how the system works, and we need to empower them to speak up, because the more voices, the faster this changes.
All right. Moral of the story. With that, I think we need a motion. Anybody?
I move the approval of general wage increase to the administrator salary schedule for 26-27 as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Motion and a second. Do we have any public comment? Any further board comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes 8-0. All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming up here and helping us get a better understanding of what all this stuff means, because it certainly is a lot. With that,
Thanks,
then
Jim,
I think
Carrie.
Yeah, thank you. Yay. Okay. We're going to move into reports now. We're actually going to start with our student representatives, although you guys are going to be oathed in a couple months. We did want to have the opportunity to have you guys just tell us a little bit about you and really what you're hoping to accomplish this next year.
I'm going to make a real quick comment. I know that's shocking. First night here, and they're already leaning into the mic. Did you notice that? Like, they're not afraid to speak. So that was really touching. So thank you for being courageous and just leaning in and telling us how you feel. That's what we're expecting. Thank you for doing that.
Well, hi guys. My name's Ella McCullough. I will be a rising junior at Capitol High. First day of summer. Woohoo. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Thank you guys for having me. I'm really looking forward to like bridging the gap between the board and the students, and just being that communicator to you guys and to the students. And I think it's going to be a challenging year next year, navigating school in a construction zone. And so I think that's going to be a fun challenge for me, and just to bring new insight. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We're very happy to have you, and we always appreciate our student representatives and the perspectives that are brought forward, since we can't be in the buildings. Okay, yes.
Hi, I'm Tyson Schulte. I'm a rising senior at Helena High School. I guess what I'm like most looking forward to is kind of what Ella said about, bridging the gap between the school board and the school itself and the students, because, I feel like sometimes we feel like our voices aren't heard, and what we kind of see in our everyday school and our everyday lives aren't heard, because all the decisions that are made here in some way, shape, or form impact us. I think it's important that students understand what's actually being said here, why it's being said, and everything like that. So I also look forward to bridging that gap. But then I also hope this kind of ushers in an era of like just more student voices in general in kind of all of our community things. Obviously I think we kind of got it kickstarted with the bond last year, or 2 years ago, I guess. Talking about bringing student voices in and talking about that. I hope maybe we can start doing it for levies and stuff like that to see what they would like. So, just kind of getting just more student representation in the community.
Thank you. And it may end up feeling a bit like a sacrifice, because I'm sure you guys are involved with some pretty comprehensive classes, and I'm sure there's other activities and things too. And then to come spend multiple hours with us during the week and the evening, we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move into the Helena Education Association report. Ms. Sean.
Just careful not to steal some of your thunder.
Yeah, right. You'll always tend to do that.
I do.
Hello. Welcome to our new trustees and student representatives. I look forward to working with you all this year. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jane Sean, and I am the Helena Education Association president. I represent the teachers and the paraeducators in the district. So let's see. HEA, very proud to announce our Educator of the Year, Cassie Cook from Helena High School, and our Paraeducator of the Year, Molly Meyer, District Special Education. I had a great time surprising both of these fabulous educators. Lauren Gustafson took the lead at Helena High and had lots of people participating in the celebration of Cassie during a school-wide assembly. Molly was surprised at Smith Elementary with her SPED team as well as mom and dad in attendance. She walked in the office, saw all of us, and she walked back out. These honors come with a $500 award for the school or department which the educators determine how to spend. And this is one of my favorite days of the year to get to go do that. This Forward Together Mentoring Committee has been busy matching new teachers with mentors. We will have to fill a few spots over the summer as the district completes hiring, but we have several quality educators on our wait list. The team has set a date in June to finish up our guidebook and our forms, and we'll be finalizing our agenda for August 21st, which is our new teacher day. And lastly, I do appreciate the board moving to table the health insurance premium increase. I have to wear two hats on this because one hat is I am a member of the Health Benefits Committee, so I have to ensure that the plan is solvent. And then the other hat as union president is to help to do right by all of my members. So I appreciate the members who came and gave their personal stories tonight. While I can stand up and here and tell you how they feel, nothing is heard as well as what comes from their voices and their hearts. That said, I appreciate the commitment by Superintendent Welts to continue this hard work, and I commit to be at any meeting working side by side with him to find solutions until June 30th when I have to go to Denver. So we got to get it done by June 30th.
All right.
I'm leaving on the 1st.
We'll have a lot figured out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move into some of our committee meetings. Just to kind of let you guys know how this works. All year we've had chairs for the committees. We've been trying to do our darndest to meet once a month, and then we have those chairs come to our meetings here and report out on that committee meeting and kind of the highlights of what had happened there. So I think we have kind of our last go rounds. I'm not sure how many folks were able to meet up until now, and then we're going to do reorganization of those chairs. Okay. And I believe in August is when we will come back again. And reorganization doesn't necessarily mean that we won't have the same chairs from this year, but we just kind of formalize what that's going to look like for the coming up school year. So moving then from there, Facilities and Technology Committee reports.
I believe it was canceled.
Oh, okay. How about Budget and Finance?
It wasn't scheduled, but we've talked about the budget lots tonight.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Teaching and Learning?
We are having our meeting to discuss data. It's next week.
Okay.
Candace, could you please help me out on the exact date of that? Thank you. 16th
We
at
do
noon.
have our... Yeah, you're the only group that is on our upcoming meetings list.
Last one. Yep.
Okay, Policy Committee? Oh, that would have been me. Hello. We did. I don't think we met. Sorry, guys. Health Benefits Committee.
Oh, we did meet, as you all know. And you've probably heard enough about it. We had our meeting at the end of May, and we made our decision, to recommend 15.5% premium increase. There was some communication sent out. The email that was referenced that came from HR, and then also Ross Gustafson, who's our chair of that committee, sent out a communication. And then, as you all heard, we just had a meeting this afternoon with Q&A with whoever wanted to, who was ever able to come. Yeah, so we've had a number of meetings, and I think you've heard all about the import. One thing I do want to say, this will repeat, the first part of it is to repeat just the work that this Health Benefit Committee has done. And we've heard references to the fact that we didn't have enough time. It wasn't that we were saying, let's just rush through this. We don't, let's just go quickly. We were pretty deliberate and systematic, and we actually met again. This committee, and all of the people on this committee, with the exception of myself, have like real full-time jobs, so hats off to all of them. So a lot of hard work was done, and it's really been a privilege to work with them. The other thing I want to say about them is that my sense from some early conversation about maybe the possibility of asking us to do a little bit more work on this question after we'd already done all this work is that there's a real openness and willingness to do that. And that's even, I guess another credit to this group of people. And they are working after their contract, time. So anyway, just want to say that, yeah, there's been a lot of good work there, and you've all said how much you've appreciated it, and I'm just reiterating that now. I also want to echo what Jane said about just appreciating people coming and telling us their stories. We just need to remember, as that first person who spoke said, I think quite eloquently, when we get working with the 15.5% and all the numbers, it can become about numbers, and it's people's lives that get so impacted, and I think that was expressed very forcefully. So, yeah, the committee is very cognizant of that, I think, and also so committed to making sure that our plan is financially stable, and if we don't have a plan, then we're not going to do our members any good either. So I think that's my report. But we do have upcoming meetings. We just don't know when they are.
Okay, they're just not on our list. Okay. And I just want to say, I think it's been an extremely long time since we've called out what sits on the back of all of our nameplates here, which is what is best for kids. And I think we've proven that we do care. And we take that to heart by approving baseball tonight. But then also what is best for kids is how we treat our employees and our staff who support them in the buildings as well. So just know that we're keeping all of that in mind with the decisions that we make. Okay. Please. Thank you. I kind of lost where I was.
That's all right.
Montana School Boards Association report.
Well, we had a meeting today. Both Lisa and I were there as leadership. So it was basically rules, procedures, responsibilities for trustees. And I have 3 takeaways. You can add in if I missed any. That most everything I felt like we were doing pretty well. One thing that came up was agenda item changes. And it's really important that if you move an agenda item and you move it very far as time, you can end up in legal problems because people look at the agenda and they're going to say, it's going to be at the beginning, it's at the end, and that includes consent items that are taken off of the consent agenda. So I know that's something we've done in the past and just something to think about. And then the other one, huge issue for an important task that boards need to do is to have a strategic plan, because that's your overarching goals, and everything that you do should be tied back to your strategic plan. We haven't done one for a long time, but we do have one on the agenda for July, or getting started on that, I believe, right? Yes, Superintendent Welch? Sure. So that's good. And then the other one that I think that we need to work on is having a formalized onboarding for new trustees. So those are my takeaways. Lisa?
I don't have anything to add. I noted what they said about changing the agenda as well, and thought once it was mentioned, it seemed very obvious, but it hadn't occurred to me before.
I just have a question. Is that like if you move it too far in the agenda, somebody thought it would be at this time and they can make a comment and then they're deprived of that ability?
Exactly. They could show up at the time when it's not happening, but it was published, so they were following the published time, and then they could say that, they could turn it into a legal issue. They didn't have time for public comment.
Okay. Yeah, you jump it up above where they thought they were coming in, but it's done. It's like starting graduation early.
Is that good that we're so slow?
We're always gonna have late attendees.
And actually, AI said graduation was a half an hour early, so I'm really glad I wanted the HBS website.
I've learned this the hard way. If you run multiple basketball games and you just start a game early, and the parents come in at halftime and they thought it was going to be the start of the game, so you don't want to lose the opportunity for somebody to have public comment. And so if you move your agendas and it happens and it's already taken place and they didn't have an opportunity to speak, that's where we're in trouble.
The other thing that came up is you don't technically have to vote on the consent action items unless there's a change, but, you know, I don't think there's any reason why we can't be absolutely sure that we're all in agreement. It wasn't like you couldn't. It was unique to me as well.
Yep, I have in every state, anywhere I've ever been, it's always been a vote, but you don't need to, but it's just
I
the
think it's a good
board that
idea.
does it,
Yeah. I think we should continue that practice
too.
because that usually includes personnel action items, right? And so to actually say and speak to in the minutes that everyone was in agreement will be important. So,
Yeah. So when you do a consent, if you don't speak up, is that implied consent or?
It's, yes, implied
Okay.
that you're in favor. But I think the way that we do it is better. And I don't think there's any reason why we should change it.
Okay.
Yes. Did we find out, is there a deadline in terms of us submitting a resolution for?
Tomorrow and the next day are the annual meeting for
Okay.
the MTSBA. So I'll be busy with that. So today was just a board leadership and administrative leadership meeting.
Gotcha. Do you know if there will be another opportunity to submit resolutions between now and when the session starts, or if there's like a practice if we have one that comes up later?
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I'll ask that question.
Okay, appreciate it. And I did want to just kind of mention, we haven't quite started, but we are definitely in the very, very near future planning the agenda for our July work session, board meeting, whatever it is now. And we were considering having something with our new trustees. I don't know if an orientation would be what we would call it, but we've done different things in the past where we've had new board members come on that then we could touch on a few things that we felt like would be high priority. But then also, I think you had mentioned that we had like a meet and greet type of format or something.
We do that in here. New trustees will come in, and then we'll bring each department head, coordinator, director, come in and introduce their team, so you can see who's behind the scenes. Often you think Gary's a one-person technology team, but he's got a few other people working with him. So we'll bring people in, we'll have a lunch, introduce them, what they do, and then usher them out that door, and a new director comes in the other door. We'll do that work. And I think it's helpful. I think we've had trustees that have been on for a couple of years that sat in that. That was helpful. We needed that as well. During our July, we've often had BIA come in and do boardmanship. I think we didn't do that one year. I said it was kind of I didn't know if it was effective or not. But then that year was, man, I wish we would have done that. And so I think it's important for us to bring that back.
I think formalizing it is important.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest things is, I remember sitting down and just kind of being completely in the dark when I sat down, and then I started voting. But, what is your role? And what's the difference between providing comment and micromanaging? And I think that those things are really important, and it would be great to formalize it.
Yeah.
And even if we put together some sort of training that didn't require a person.
Yeah.
And,
Isn't there
a video or something might be really good.
MTSBA used to provide.
They do have that. We could use MTSBA's. We could take that as a boilerplate and customize it, or whatever we wanted to do.
Yeah,
Maybe a
especially with how
combination of all of
complicated
it.
budgets really do become and how highly focused it is right now for those. So great suggestions. And also, if you guys want to kind of reach out and let us know what you feel might be really important, or things that you really want to have maybe as a topic, we can see how we can make that work for you.
We can even retroactively train our new trustees.
That is true. Oh, man. And I always need refreshers, so it's probably going to be all inclusive. Okay, so with that, upcoming meetings. So as we stated, we currently only have teaching and learning for June 16th at noon on the paper, but it sounds like we might have some additional meetings coming up. So I don't know, do we need to specifically note and send anything out, or just, okay, we don't have anything else outside. Well,
Mine was just kind of a joke that but it's not really a joke. The Health Benefits Committee has to get together.
We have time saved on June 25th, whether
Okay.
that's the time that will work for everyone, we'll have to confirm.
Okay.
There
All right.
is that meeting on the calendar.
yeah.
It's going to be more than one.
Retreat?
It's like, when is the retreat?
July 15th, that Wednesday.
Okay.
We'll need to post that agenda by July 10th.
Did you mean the all-day board meeting at Bryant?
Oh, excuse me. I was speaking to our past meetings that we've had in July. I did.
The lavish retreat.
Which community is welcome to attend, anywho. So thank you. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, reach out to Candace. She'll provide you information.
For the brews, no.
Oh, Bonds and Brews?
Whatever we're calling it now, brews and whatever. The groundbreaking ceremony, do we need to RSVP for that, or could we just show?
It's July 16th.
No, we do not. You don't need to RSVP.
Okay.
All right. All are welcome to attend.
All are welcomed, yes.
Do we have any superintendent comments?
Just one, 1 times 4. I want to recognize, so we have 4 administrators leaving the district through either a change of occupation and or retirement. So Dr. Randall, Mr. Zanto, Ms. Carter, Mr. Franco. I want to recognize their work. So those individuals put a lot of time and energy into our district, and so recognize them. And this is not, we have other things planned for them, but I just want to recognize them that they put a lot of time and energy into our programs and into our district. So we wish them the best.
It was a shortcoming to not recognize Mr. Zanto and Mr. Franco, that this is their last board meeting. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
It very well could have been / is. So I kind of wish I would have made acknowledgement of that during the time, but certainly we do appreciate all the work that they have put in and the time that they've dedicated to our school district.
Yeah, we're so Justine and Josh, Dr. Alberts and Mr. McKay are working on an admin celebration. We bring people together, and so that's taking place, and you're always more than welcome to join us.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do we have any other board comments? Yes, Ms. Rice.
I know it's late, but I sent Rex a note on graduation. I just think that the people in this district that helped with graduation, it's not just the principals, but it's the online staff, the teachers, everybody. I attended 3 of them, and it just brings tears to my eyes each time I attend one of those, but it's incredible. And maintenance, what I said to Todd, what maintenance does for us in this district, and to watch the setup and the takedown and all the piece of it, it makes me so proud. It's the best part of education, and every year, and it was fun coming back and sitting up there and watching, and to watch the families that come and are so excited. It just is, it makes every hour, everything we do in this district is worth it. So thank you, Rex, and please pass on my thanks to the team. It was incredible.
Well said. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we are adjourned.
Thank you.